Good evening. It's Tuesday, April 26, 2022. I'll call the meeting to order. It's 5 o'clock, and if I could please have the roll called.
Mrs. Hassler,
Here.
Mrs. Stufen,
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski, Mrs. Troutman,
Here.
Mr. Collins, Mrs. Arvanitis,
Here.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Here, we have 5 members present, 2 absent. If I could have a motion to go into closed session, please.
I move that the board move to closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2, discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes. 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. The motion passes. The board is going into closed session. Good evening, and welcome to the Tuesday, April 26, 2022 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. The board has been in closed session since 5 o'clock for items listed on the agenda. The full board is present, and at this time, I would ask that we stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we start tonight with the best part of the meeting, some of our spotlights and recognitions. So we are going to begin with the Churchville Spotlight, and we have Principal Dr. Reeder here to share some great things about Churchville. So welcome, Dr. Reeder.
Good evening, everybody. We are very excited to be here with you tonight because we're excited to share an example of the amazing learning experiences that have been created by our staff and students. Looking for there's our clicker. It has been 4 years since we first brought Project Lead the Way to our middle schools. Tonight, we want to show you how we've taken the given curriculum and expanded it to create meaningful and relevant experiences for our students. Our teachers, including the always colorful Mr. Ritchie, reach outside the classroom to bring in the community, and you will also be able to hear from 3 of our amazing 6th graders, Addison, Emilia, and Sydney, about how they impacted our community. As you may remember, we introduced Project Lead the Way during the 2018-2019 school year, and we began with 2 semester-long classes for all 3 grade levels. We started with design and modeling and computer science for innovators and makers, and then the next year we added 2 more courses, flight and space and app creators. During the 2020-2021 school year, we added our final 2 classes, automation and robotics and green architecture. As you can see in the graph, not only did we add courses each year, we have increased the number of students requesting Project Lead the Way during their elective blocks. At Churchville, we pride ourselves on finding ways to include the community, enrich our programming through collaboration and communication with community members, serving in a variety of STEAM fields that align with our Project Lead the Way courses. At this time, I would like to introduce Peter Ritchie, one of our Project Lead the Way teachers, to showcase how he has collaborated with others to create more meaningful experiences for our students.
Gotcha. Oh, maybe not. I'll lean down. And I'm pretty loud anyway,
Yeah,
so we have been very fortunate to have the ability to reach out and find those community members that can add to what we're doing. I know that I am not an expert in these fields and these courses, but I also know that I have the ability to reach out and find these people that are. You can see some of these images here. We've included, I think we're over 10, about 12, 13 members from the NASA Marshall Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, including in that top left corner, that's Joseph Pelfrey, who is just named Deputy Director of the Space Center. So I got an email from him earlier. He's hoping to be at Churchville this school year. Let's see, I'm trying to see who's in these images. Astronaut Dan Tani, who grew up locally in Lombard, went to Lombard East, has an honorary doctorate from Elmhurst University. We've included some of those NASA members, chief scientists, lead engineers on the Mars ascent vehicles. We've included pilots. We've included, if we flip the screen, company owners for app web development for our app creator class. Just trying, how do we reach out? We even had my brother, who is a Benedictine monk, pay for patches to be made that the students generated, and he sent those to my students. So, I mean, we're reaching out anywhere and everywhere, including the monasteries. So, in the picture to the right, one of the best things about reaching out to the community that we were able to bring back this year, and this happened a few weeks ago, is bring the families back into the school building. If we have the video, if they can play that, you can just hear the excitement that stems from the kids and the families being in it. Do we have that? Okay, we don't have a video, but there's great energy and great excitement in that video. Flip. Now, for the important part of tonight, showcasing 3 outstanding students. I'm so proud. As we look at what they did with this project, was the ultimate dream for me. They took what we created around empathy and thought around a child with cerebral palsy and actually got it in the hands of a child with cerebral palsy to test it out. That's the ultimate goal. Like, as a teacher, I couldn't be more proud. I'm gonna turn it over. So we've got Addison, Sydney, and Emilia that are going to tell you a little bit about how they came about this project and what it means to them to actually have this opportunity and the opportunity of seeing this in a kid's hands.
We created a toy for a hypothetical child with the intentions of helping a child to reach their therapeutic goal. To see that our project reached its target and is helping a real person work on their goal is gratifying. This experience has given us the opportunity to take a project from class and turn it into something that children are able to use and enjoy.
While creating this project, we had to consider how we wanted to make occupational therapy fun and enjoyable for a 4-year-old. It was important to us that the product was able to help a child meet their set goal, but also be able to have a pleasurable experience with it. This toy not only helps to progress a child in their therapy goals, but also make occupational therapy something to look forward to each day.
This project has showed us that the possibilities of our creations go outside of just school and just us. It is crazy to think that a toy made by a group of middle schoolers is able to make occupational therapy fun and enjoyable for a child with cerebral palsy.
Now that I know we don't have access to videos, these do not have the power that I thought they would. One thing I will say is great. With talking with the experts, I had 3 students that talked about the opportunity of having these experiences, and one of them was very honest that I left in there. He said, you know, these are people that do it. They're not teachers, so I take them more seriously. I mean, it's honest, it's true, and that's kind of why I bring them in. I can tell them the exact same thing that the expert does, but it means more when they hear it from these people. And that's what I try to create. Again, how do we make this program and just our buildings more connected to the community, and how do we encourage kids and they can see these paths, not as a teacher, but people in the fields. So that's, hopefully, if you get a chance to watch the videos, they are great. The kids are amazing, and what they do impresses me every day. And these are 3 wonderful ones, so thank you.
So we want to get a picture and just thank you. Thank you to the students for coming out and sharing your experiences. I think a few of us have gotten to go over and see Project Lead the Way in your classroom in action before 2020. So it's awesome, and it's great what the kids get to do. So come on up for a picture, and thank you, Mr. Ritchie and Dr. Reeder. next spotlight is actually recognition on the PTA Reflections competition. So if the students that are here to be recognized could come up to the middle. Yep, there you are. Come on up. You can stand in the middle here so we can recognize you. Yeah, come back just a little bit more. There you go. Perfect. And Mrs. Arvanites is going to do the honors for you.
Hi, welcome. I just want to take a minute to say great job. It is difficult for people of all ages to come up with a vision in their brain and make it a reality through creativity and artwork. And so we're here tonight to congratulate you for a wonderful accomplishment, really bringing what you had in your brain to life. And so with that, I will congratulate you and your families and move on to the proclamation. Whereas Elmhurst District 205 will be represented at the national level in the PTA Reflections Competition in May, a total of 288 entries representing 6 categories were received at the state level, and 26 entries from Illinois advanced to the national level. Whereas advancing to the nationals, Delilah Kamens, can you step forward so we can see who you are? Thank you, Delilah. An 8th grade student at Churchville Middle School who submitted her entry, Shop for Your World, in the film production category. And whereas honorable mentions were given to Elora Kamens, 3rd grade student at Fisher Elementary, for her entry, Elora's Blood Adventure, in the film production category. Zach Smith, 1st grade student at Jackson Elementary, for his entry Drums in the Dark in the music category. Nathan Martinez, 5th grade student at Field Elementary, for his entry Staying Strong and Positive in the music category. Samantha Casper, 3rd grade student at Hawthorne Elementary, for her entry Reduce, Reuse, Recycle in the visual arts category. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to District 205 and to the community of Elmhurst, and now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to these students, their parents, the PTA, and faculty members for this outstanding accomplishment. Parents, if you want to stand up and grab a picture, we're going to take a picture of the kids with Dr. Campbell. I'm in your way. Yeah, I'm totally in your way. Yeah, you can get a little closer like this. How are you? So cute. Congratulations. You get it? One more thing. Did a good job. Like the count?
Okay. Next up, we have the Illinois High School Art Exhibition. So if those York students that are here to be recognized could come up. All right, come on up and stand in the middle. Yep, I know. That way we get to really honor you. Yeah, you can face out there so your families. And then Mr. Collins is going to do the honor. Oh, Mr. Baker, do you have a little something to say? I'm sorry.
You know, I always have a little something to say.
I don't want to cut you off.
No, that's okay.
Yes,
That's
he
okay.
takes out 2 pages.
No, just a half a page. Just half a page. I know the drill. All right, well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Patrick Baker. I'm the District Fine and Performing Arts Coordinator and also get to serve as the Visual Arts Department Chair over at York. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you this evening as we celebrate the accomplishments of some of our outstanding high school student artists. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. Art Connect Ed advances art education through exhibitions and educational opportunities that celebrate students' artistic achievement and facilitate their post-secondary opportunities. Since 2013, Art Connect Ed has facilitated well over $400 million in scholarship offers to senior artists from colleges and universities across the nation. The Illinois High School Art Exhibition, or IHSAE, displays the very best student artwork from across the state in several displays, the Senior Scholarship Exhibition and the even more selective Northern Regional Exhibition. 9 of our high school students were featured in one or both of these exhibitions, and 6 of them earned scholarship offers approaching $1.9 million. This is no small accomplishment. So we commend each of our student artists honored here tonight for their work ethic and their commitment to artistry. Each of them has done an excellent job representing themselves, their teachers, their school, our district, and our community. On behalf of the Visual Arts Department at York, we extend our proudest congratulations to each and every one of you. And finally, thanks to our board, to our administrators, to the families of our students for their ongoing support and continued commitment to art education here in Elmhurst. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening.
Patrick, you're really tall. There we go. You know, every time we have people from our fine arts department here, I remember a few years ago, Rebecca Marionetti had a Broadway actor in to work with our students. And he looked around and he said, "Wow, this is a really big fine arts high school." And it is. And you're another example of our really big fine arts high school. So the proclamation, whereas Elmhurst District 205 art students representing York High School at the Illinois High School Art Exhibition, or known as the IHSAE, on Saturday, March 13th, 2022. Whereas these students are selected across 8 different categories or from submitted scholarship portfolios. The IHSAE brings the best student artists from 100 Illinois suburban public and private high schools to compete and celebrate the power of art in their lives. And whereas York students, and I apologize if I butcher your last names, Carolyn Dorian, Nikita Sidoriak, am I close? Mary Brandon, Nicole Nemi, Dana Delaney will have their work featured in the Northern Regional Exposition. And whereas the Senior Scholarship Exhibition will exhibit over 300 senior artworks and recognize scholarship offers to graduating seniors, students Jake Barnhart, Carolyn Dorian, Ava Issa, Abby Lamort, Nikita Sidoriak, Emma Wheatland received over $1 million in art scholarship offers combined. Carolyn, Jake, Ava, and Nikita also have their pieces featured in the Senior Scholarship Exposition. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst, and now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to these students, their parents, and the art teachers April Atkinson, Rich Edgley, Renee Karchek, Nikki Kunsa, for this outstanding accomplishment. Congratulations.
All right, next up is the Illinois Association of Badminton Coaches, the IABC Hall of Fame. So if the York head badminton coach would please come up and stand in the middle. By myself? All by yourself. So we can honor you. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Troutman to do the honors.
Hi, Coach. I'm so honored to be here on behalf of the board to acknowledge all of your contributions to York over the years. Not just the 8-year, the first stint. You must have missed it so much you came back to do it again. But we're very happy to have you back. And to pay tribute to the impact that you had on all the students whose lives you impacted, not just on the court, but as students growing up at that really important age during high school. So we are so grateful that we have you as part of our York team and so proud of your accomplishment. Whereas Gina Fight, head badminton coach at York High School, will be inducted into the Illinois Association of Badminton Coaches Hall of Fame in May. Whereas Coach Fight had coached the York badminton team since 2018 and also coached at York from 1998 to 2006. And whereas Coach Fight is one of 5 coaches in the state that are being inducted this year. The coaches were nominated by head coaches throughout the state and then selected by the Illinois Association of Badminton Coaches Committee, Honors Committee. Whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to Coach Fight and her family for this outstanding performance.
And Ava, right there, just came off the badminton court. She's one of my varsity players.
Oh, yay!
Thank you all for coming out. and letting us be a part of your achievements. All right, we will move on to the next portion of the agenda. We have allocated 45 minutes for public comment, with up to 3 minutes per public comment concerning items on the agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives or other public agencies. We ask that you be respectful. You'll get notice when you have 30 seconds left. And as a reminder, the board does not respond at this time, but follows up as needed, or the administration follows up as needed after the meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the board secretary to call up the first speaker.
Elizabeth Collins.
Hello, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Collins, and our son attends field. I support social emotional learning. For my job, I am lucky enough to work with a department of 200 finance and technology professionals. What is a differentiator in our ability to meet client needs is the combination of collaboration and creativity. Delivering innovative solutions would not be possible without relationship building, awareness of others' needs, sound decision making, and the ability to manage our emotions when things get challenging. My work experience tells me, for example, that it's impossible to be a successful software engineer without empathy. Against that backdrop, I am truly impressed with what I see my son and his classmates doing in second grade. They persevere together on creative STEM challenges. They help each other on writing assignments. They give joint presentations with informative slides, and it's easy to imagine them in a boardroom in only a matter of years. This realization of potential would not be possible without social emotional learning. I can see my son getting prepared for life after school. I hope that the integration of social emotional learning can continue throughout his education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Chavez.
Good evening, Tom Chavez. Today I just wanted to spend a few minutes talking about some of the aggressive political activism that I still see continuing in the schools in District 205. Last week, a student reached out to me, sent me a picture of a noose that was being displayed in a classroom at York High School. While we all agree that students should have latitude to express themselves and their First Amendment rights should be respected, there are thresholds of decency that should not be breached in certain settings, such as a high school classroom. There's another incident that actually I found out about today, nearly as egregious. A teacher at Sandburg Middle School posted a sign in her classroom that reads, quote, "A man was lynched by police yesterday." So this type of naked aggressive political activism and heavy biased curriculum is precisely what I've been bringing to your attention for about 6 or 7 months now. And while we've had some discussions about it, there doesn't seem to be any action. Over the past several months, parents have received countless emails from Superintendent Campbell that talk about initiatives that will create a welcoming, inclusive environment where all students can feel safe to learn. So I just want to ask the board, when you see things like this happening in schools that you're overseeing, does the words that we receive in emails about welcoming, inclusiveness, safety, does that really apply to all students? Because we have students in District 205 who have parents who are police officers, FBI agents. I don't think they're all out there lynching people. The noose in the classroom was brought to your attention by me, and it's been removed. But the question is, why wasn't it removed a long time ago? It was there for quite a while before it was removed. So, you know, we all want the same things in our school system, right? We all want our kids to learn. We all want our kids to be in a safe environment. We all want them to be emotionally strong. But the question is, how are we going to do this as a community so that everybody, people from with all different types of opinions, whether they're on the right or the left,
30 seconds.
can be, you know, we can find commonality so that everybody feels safe and welcome in the school. So I think the district, the board of directors, the board of education needs to begin to be more responsive to the community and figure out how we're going to accomplish that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Guido Nardini.
Hi, everybody. My name's Guido Nardini. I grew up in Elmhurst. I have boys at middle school. There was a symposium, quote unquote, last week, sponsored by EPIC and emceed by Alderman Mark Mulliner, that told us the sky was falling because our kids are getting indoctrinated and they're being taught social emotional learning. Consumer education is indoctrination. The Pledge of Allegiance is indoctrination. Indoctrination isn't always bad. The role of public education is to prepare our next generation for the American experience. Your local school teacher isn't the enemy. Dr. Campbell has not emplaced a curriculum that instructs teachers at Jackson or Field or Jefferson to sexually groom your second grader. That's just stupid. Those are just culture war fairy tales. Reading about gay people won't make your kids gay any more than reading Romeo and Juliet will make your kids straight. Now back to Elmhurst, back to the real world. York has fallen behind a bunch of other schools that it used to be in front of in state rankings. We all want to fix this. But know that if you're lining up behind the likes of EPIC to try to fix that, they're going to get around to helping you with your cause as soon as they've identified all the books in the library that have two dads, or to make sure that all the history that's being taught isn't revisionist. The most ironic thing is the way to increase York's rankings, the best way to do this, the best way to move up, is by getting better diversity training. That's our weakest score. It's a B, where the rest of the composite scores are A's or A minuses. To be clear, better diversity training would boost our scores and best our CPS rivals. In that symposium, their speaker's ultimate advice was to pull your children out of public schools, pull them out of private schools, and purchase online modules for homeschooling. Anyone who says otherwise wasn't paying attention. The privatization of our schools. If EPIC hasn't realized it, they're being groomed by politicians for their angry votes. The standards are being crafted at the state level, but instead of taking their fight to the governor or following their own homeschooling advice, EPIC is calling our teachers Marxists and screaming and finger wagging at our superintendent about her surety bond or some other crazy QAnon nonsense. They're not trying to build anything. They're just trying to blow it all up. They hide behind a lot of convoluted jargon like collectivism or equity lens or the evils of intersectionality.
30 seconds.
If you're not sure what any of that means, try to insert the language, black and brown people and gay people don't get to be the center of the narrative. That's our story, and I'll be damned if anybody infringes upon my story. Other than bettering our diversity training, I'm not sure how to raise our rankings, but I am sure how not to do it. Bringing crazy Newsmax culture wars into our schools doesn't help anyone. This isn't what I see in the town that I grew up in. This isn't what I see in the district that taught me to think critically.
3 minutes.
We need critical thinking. Our students need us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kendra Thompson.
Thank you.
Good evening. Over the last few weeks, I've seen a constant attack on our schools from a local parent group who seem to be bent on discrediting our curriculum and teachers. They have disguised their position as needing transparency in schools and a want to raise our students' grades and school rankings, which they claim are failing in the presence of SEL being taught in the classroom. However, my focus tonight is not to promote this group further, but to make it clear they are a minority, but they are the biggest mouth spreading misinformation. They are part of a coordinated national push to discredit our public schools. This has made its way to our town, but I'm happy to see so many local residents pushing back on their ideology and nonstop attacks. We cannot let their view of what should or shouldn't be taught in our schools dominate the conversation. There are many more of us out here who support our district, curriculum, teachers, and students. Far more of us than this fringe group riding on the coattails of a national push to discredit our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Caroline Dorian. Ms. Dorian. Ava, Isa, and oh, you know what? These are the presentations. Okay. Lisa Sullivan. As soon as I saw the three girls' names, it clicked.
I'm the parent of a 6th grader and 4th grader in District 205. Last year in 5th grade, my daughter's class entered a national poetry contest, and my daughter won 3rd place in the Chicagoland area. She wasn't invited to get spotlighted or recognized, but that's okay because I'm going to read part of her poem tonight. The reason I want to read it is because it highlights the fantastic job our D205 teachers are doing. The poetry contest asked, "What does it mean to be a welcoming nation?" And her poem is called, "They Are Here." We cannot leave them, we cannot ignore them, they are here. We cannot think before we know, we cannot hate before love, they are here. We cannot dream we will live united if we don't help. We cannot think they don't need us, they are here. We cannot imagine that they didn't lose the ones they loved. We cannot leave them and pretend they never existed, they are here. We cannot turn away and slam the door. We cannot forget the times we were them, they are here. We cannot make them feel that they don't belong. We cannot push them out. They are here. We cannot remember the times we lived in peace. We didn't. So now let us open our hearts. We must make them feel welcome. We must let them in. They are us. We must show them that the streets are not made of gold, but that this nation is built upon open arms. They are us. We must show them that our home is yours too. We must show them that this is freedom. They are us. So let us live in peace. Let them become we. Together we shape our country. Together we make a difference. In the land of the free, the home of the brave, we are united. Now, my daughter's understanding reflected in that poem that this country has not always treated immigrants warmly did not, shockingly, make her hate herself because she is white. Instead, learning about the ways that this country has failed in the past has made her want to be a better person. And it made her want to inspire others to be better people too. There are groups in this community, they've been referred to tonight, who want us to, as our poem warns us not to do, turn away and slam the door on our nation's history. And these groups want to make students feel like they don't belong and to pretend that these students don't exist. Immigrant students, Black students, gay students, and trans students. As my daughter says, we cannot slam the door. They are here. They are us. Thank you.
Mandy Pachowski.
Good evening. My name is Mandy Pachowski. I am the parent of 3 current D205 students. I recently attended an event hosted by a local vocal parent group, Attacking Social Emotional Learning. I listened to a politician open this event on stage while ironically talking about another politician trying to influence our public schools. I heard a great deal of fear-mongering and misinformation around SEL, and sadly, the featured speaker and self-proclaimed expert going so far as to attack school counselors. I'd like to take this opportunity to read to you the board instructional policy on social emotional learning taken directly from the district website. Social emotional learning, SEL, is defined as the process through which students enhance their ability to integrate thinking, feeling, and behaving to achieve important life tasks. Students competent in SEL are able to recognize and manage their emotions, establish healthy relationships, set positive goals, meet personal and social needs, and make responsible and ethical decisions. The superintendent shall incorporate SEL into the district's curriculum and other educational programs consistent with the district's mission and the goals and benchmarks of the Illinois Learning Standards. The Illinois Learning Standards include 3 goals for students. 1, develop self-awareness and self-management skills to achieve school and life success. 2, use social awareness and interpersonal skills to establish and maintain positive relationships. 3, demonstrate decision-making skills and responsible behaviors in personal, school, and community context. The policy goes on to discuss the incorporation of SEL objectives into the district's curriculum and other educational programs. I implore anyone interested to review this information on the district website. I'd also like to point out that SEL was adopted in our school district in February of 2011 and was reviewed in January of this year. Up until about 6 months ago, SEL was unanimously viewed as a good thing for our children and their learning. We know this because the dedicated and child-centered educational professionals in D205 explained it to us parents and how it works. They showed us the research that backs it. In Elmhurst, we have never used our public schools as a political tool that intentionally disadvantages or otherwise fails our children in order to achieve political ends. I ask this board and you, Dr. Campbell, to please keep it this way. Thank you.
Amber Casper.
Hello, I'm Amber Casper. I am a parent of a third and fifth grader at Hawthorne. Don't have prepared remarks, but we are invited here this evening when my daughter received her honorable mention for her Reflections Award. And after kind of hearing everything that's gone on throughout the week, debates online, things like that, I wanted to make sure that I shared our family's experience. First of all, when we come to diversity, we're one of the few Jewish families within Elmhurst. So we know firsthand what it is like to not necessarily be like everybody else. And what my children have learned throughout their elementary experience has helped them incorporate their friends into our religion and into our culture, and also respect their own traditions. And I appreciate that. We moved here to Elmhurst for the public schools. We are participating actively in our schools, and we appreciate all that is provided to our kids, whether it be social emotional learning or different opportunities to participate in things like the Reflections contest. The other thing I'd want to bring up is my son falls into the neurodiverse category, and last year was a really, really rough year. It chokes me up, and it was tough. And we talked to a lot of doctors and went through a lot. And the social workers at school really supported him and made a difference. He is currently in reach and math. They moved him in the middle of the year because what this has proved is that supporting our children actually does make a difference in their academic performance. He's an extremely bright kid with a lot of anxiety. And without the support of his teachers and the school, I don't know where we'd be following a pandemic and everything that we went through. So when I hear folks attacking social workers and social emotional learning, it breaks my heart because they want to focus on increasing scores. And that's exactly what this is doing for so many of our children who are challenged emotionally, especially coming out of a pandemic. So I appreciate everything that you guys do to support our schools and those initiatives, and what it has done for my kids. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the public comments we had. I just want to say thank you to all of you that spoke. The evidence, the passion for the children in this community is evident, and I think that's something that we can all be grateful for. So thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of board meeting minutes. Item A, approval of regular board minutes from the March 15th, 2022 meeting. Were there any changes? Okay, then those minutes stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes, March 15th, 2022. Those stand as presented. Okay. Next item is the reorganization of the Board of Education. This is according to board policy. We do this every year. So at this time, I am going to turn it over to the Vice President, Mr. Kaczynski, for the election of President.
Great, thank you. Do we have a nomination for President?
I nominate Kara Kaforia.
Thank you, Jim. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Okay. Kara will continue as board president. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Before I continue, I just have to say thank you to my colleagues. The last couple years have been challenging, and it is, while I sit here in this seat, it takes all of us to do this work, and so thanks for hanging in there. I know last meeting was the first time I heard some people at this table laugh in 2 years, just because the stress has come down a little bit. So I'm grateful for all of you and the contributions you make. So, all right, so we'll move on to the next officer, which is election of vice president. Are there any nominations for vice president?
I nominate Chris Kosinski.
Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Are there any other nominations? All right, Mr. Kaczynski, you continue on as the vice president. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Item C, election of secretary. Is there a nomination for secretary?
I nominate Courtney Troutman for secretary.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other nominations? All right, Mrs. Troutman, you continue on as secretary. Congratulations. Get to keep the minutes. Oh, no. Okay. So next is, I'm going to just read the Board of Education meeting dates and times, and then they'll be posted maybe later in this meeting. So I'm just going to read them so that they're in the record. And I want to note a couple updates. All right, so our regular meeting schedule for the 2022-2023 school year, we will have a meeting July 12th, August 23rd, September 27th, October 18th, Wednesday, October 26th, which will be a committee of the whole, Tuesday, November 15th, Tuesday, December 13th, Tuesday, January 17th, Wednesday, February 1st, Tuesday, February 21st, Tuesday, March 21st, Wednesday, April 12th, Tuesday, April 25th, Tuesday, May 9th, Tuesday, June 13th. So just as a note of clarification, committee of the whole will still be held here in this room, but we're going to use that as a time to focus on a teaching and learning topic and a little more focused conversation and discussion. We also want to go ahead and we have the committee meetings. We're meeting our committees meet quarterly. So the Board Finance and Operations Committee, they will begin at 5:30. They will also be here. Tuesday, September 13th, Tuesday, November 8th, Tuesday, March 7th, Tuesday, May 2nd. Board Policy Committee, also beginning at 5:30, meeting quarterly. Wednesday, September 7th, Wednesday, December 7th, Wednesday, March 1st, and Wednesday, June 7th. So that is the meeting schedule for the 2022-2023. Any special meetings are announced at least 48 hours in advance. Yeah, sorry. Yep.
We're checking, but last time I remember, isn't it the gubernatorial election, November 8th? I was wondering if we really want to do finance and ops. Thanks, Jan. I'm like, that date rings a bell. So we may change that, or?
We can.
I just looked at the
Okay,
date.
so do you want to, we'll at the next meeting update on that meeting? Yeah, you want to just, does that work? Do it the next day, the 9th, Wednesday, the 9th. Good catch. Good catch. So that would mean the board finance would be Wednesday, November 9th for that one. And Kathy, if you could make that change before you upload the document. All meetings are held here in this room in District 205 Center. All right. Next is, oh, was there anything else about the meeting? Sorry, I should have. Okay. All right. Next is the committees, which will largely stay the same, but I will read those as well, and then they'll be posted after the meeting. Finance and Operations, Mr. Collins will chair, Mrs. Stufen and Mrs. Arvanites will serve on that committee as well. Policy Committee, Mrs. Troutman will chair, Mrs. Hassler and myself will serve on that committee as well. Representatives to lend will be Mrs. Stufen. The SASID Board of Control will be Mrs. Hassler. The SASID Governing Board will be Mrs. Stufen. The IASB rep will be Mrs. Hassler, and the ONCC, which is the O'Hare Noise Committee, will still be me. So that is all we have on that, unless anybody has any other comments, questions. All right. Okay, so now we are going to begin the business part and do reports and presentations. And, you know, a lot of tonight, you know, we talk about student growth and we talk about our core belief that all students can learn and grow. And in order to help that happen, you have to break it down and look at different parts of the district. And a couple months ago, we looked at language arts and where we needed to do some support there. And now tonight, we're going to hear about our student services and what we're doing and what progress and improvements have been made to increase growth, and then where we hopefully are heading to increase growth even more. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rubenstein. Oh, sorry.
Actually, I think that we're starting with Dr. Campbell.
Well, right. And you did such an eloquent job setting context that I'm going to kick it off to Dr. Rubenstein, and then I'll come in the end because you stole a little bit of my thunder. So that's okay.
There we go. Good evening.
Congratulations, President.
Yes, exactly. Good evening. Thank you all for the time this evening. This evening, we're going to talk with you a whole lot about our student services program. And this is my first time at the podium talking about student services overall. And so we've got a lot to walk you through this evening. So I'm attempting to advance that, but it may not be working so well. There we go. So just an overview of this evening's agenda. We're going to talk a little bit about who's a part of our student services team. We'll give you a big, broad overview about special education and student services. We'll talk about, Mrs. Coforio mentioned the 2019 report and what we have done since then. And then we'll talk about metrics for successful programming and planning for the future. So as we do that, we are talking about our student services leadership team. And one of the things that I want to really ground our work in is that we have some core beliefs as a student services leadership team. That core belief that really grounds us all is that every student can learn, and that must be the first place that all of us start our work in special education and student services. The next belief, though, is really that special education students are general education students first. And you'll see a graph in a short while that demonstrates that the vast majority of our students with disabilities are spending a great deal of their day in general education classes. Every student deserves high quality, evidence-based, and explicit instruction from highly qualified adults. What that takes during the day from all of our teams is really making sure that our adults are well prepared to meet the needs of every single student that walks through our doors or comes through our doors on a day-to-day basis. And we also believe that student services is built upon a series of relationships. You'll also see a graphic that sort of illustrates that for you in just a second. So our student services leadership team, some of whom are here in the room with us this evening, is led by myself, and then Colleen Cook, who is our Director of Special Education for early childhood through 5th grade, and then Anna Baramas, who is our Director of Special Education for 6th through transition. Sarah Cannon, who is also here this evening, is one of our Assistant Directors of Student Services. And then Dr. Skip Coombe is another Assistant Director of Special Education. He's actually teaching a class at Elmhurst University this evening. We also get to work with several school level leaders. So at the elementary level, we get to work with Katie Collins, Katie Della Rosa, Dr. Jim Letzos, Marisela Macias, Sam Schumacher, who are all of our elementary school assistant principals. And then at the middle school level, Jasmine Felicetti, Jeff Gale, and Tom Sheehan. We have a special education department chair at York High School, and we also work very closely with the assistant principal for student services at York High School, Meredith Sheriff. And then on our team are a variety of staff members. So while most people typically think of just special education teachers and educational assistants as being on our team, we have a variety of staff members who serve on our team. So everybody from speech language pathologists to school psychologists and social workers, school counselors, our instructional coaches, reading specialists and other interventionists, our OTs and PTs, nurses and deans. And when it says other related services staff, those are the people who serve our students in the low incidence programs. We get most of our services in the low incidence program from SACID. And so those would be people who serve as our vision itinerants and our hearing itinerants and our orientation and mobility specialists who work with students who are highly specialized and who really do the hard work day to day with our students who are most impacted. So when we talk about being relationship oriented, this infographic or graphic really illustrates that. So, because so many people often think of special education as just being about the IEP meeting. And one of the shifts that we've really tried to make over the years is to make sure that it's not just about the IEP meeting. Because if it is really just about the IEP meeting, so much of that work is actually going to have to happen at that IEP meeting. So what we try to do is to spread that work out and build those relationships over time. It's through those phone calls home and the emails back and forth between parents and families and the problem-solving meetings and the parent conferences. Because what we've found and identified is that when you start to eliminate the parent conferences, this relationship changes shape. When you eliminate or make a few fewer phone calls home, this relationship changes shape. And so over time, that IEP meeting becomes more and more important. And so people come to those IEP meetings really, really worked up. And so we want to make sure that as we are working over time, that we are building those relationships solid and strong with each of our parents and families to make sure that by the time that we get to our IEP meetings, that we really built those relationships nice and strong and we're ready to go. So as we talk about student services in District 205, there are a couple of things that you should know. So students with disabilities are served under two big broad categories, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, and then Section 504. Both of those laws require a great deal of collaboration with parents and families, and they're also highly regulated. And that big key question that we're trying to answer with both of those is, are our students making progress which is appropriate to that individual student? So rather than are all of our students in District 205 making progress over time, we are looking at individually, is Kevin Rubenstein as a student with a disability making progress that is unique and appropriate for Kevin Rubenstein? That's the individual question that we're trying to answer with every single one of our students. We also wanted to just make light of the fact that Illinois adopted a plan to utilize RTI, or multi-tiered systems of support, as the only basis for determining eligibility for special education under the category of specific learning disability several years ago, and required it as of 2010. That's important to point out because you're going to see a graph here in just a second that really we've got some things to work on there. There are 20 formal indicators that are put out by the State Board of Education every year, which range in things like discipline for students with disabilities, to achievement and growth factors, compliance in terms of whether or not our IEPs were completed on time, and transition planning, whether or not that was all done and completed in a timely manner, to where we're serving our students in the least restrictive environment. Those are all things that the state and federal governments really check in on us on, and then report out publicly on our school report cards. We also receive some money from the state and federal governments, though most of our money comes from local sources. So we get some money from our IDEA grants, from Medicaid reimbursements, and from what's called mandated categoricals. So when we place a student in a private setting or in a residential setting, we would get reimbursement or some reimbursement for that. So in terms of students who are served under IDEA in District 205, we have about 15% of our population overall who are served there. And one of the things that really I wanted to point out on this graph is that our largest serving category is in a category called Other Health Impairment. And that's a serving category that would include students who have things like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That's usually the primary thing, but it could also include students with anxiety. It could include students who are impacted in the classroom by diabetes, by asthma, by other health impairments. It's sort of a catch-all category for students with significant health needs. According to the state, and most unit districts in the area and across the state, their largest serving category across the board is students with specific learning disabilities. And that typically represents about 34% of students that are served. And so that's a really big difference. And I point that out to you because of the fact that in situations like this, we have not been identified at this point, but in situations like this, what sometimes happens is that the State Board of Education will ask us questions, further questions about why that is. What is happening that you are over-identifying or under-identifying students in a specific category? So why are you over-identifying in other health impairment? Why are you under-identifying in specific learning disability? And in some situations, we'll work with you to put into place improvement plans over time so that you make sure that you are serving students with disabilities appropriately. On the next slide here, it went to sleep on me, Rudy. There we go. On the next slide, there we go, is where we serve our students. And so we look in special education at serving students in what's called the least restrictive environment. And so to the greatest extent possible, we're required to serve students in the general education setting with supplementary aids and services. And so that should be where we look first when we're serving students with disabilities. And so when I talked before about the fact that special education students are general education students first, you will see here that on the graph, can you just advance the graph there, Rudy? I don't know why it's giving us fits, but on the graph, the the circles circle two important things. So first of all, we are well above the state average. So that's the first part in terms of where we serve our students with disabilities in the general education setting. So about 70% of our students with disabilities are served in the general education classroom for 80% or more of the school day. So typically what that looks like is if you're a student at York High School, you're coming out of the general education setting and receiving services for one, maybe two classes each day. And so that is something that is fairly typical for a student with a disability at York High School. Where things start to, and the state often, this is one of those things where the state wants to see us always at higher number. And then where the state often comes in and asks questions is for the graph over on the far right, where we have 6% of our students placed in separate facilities. And so in those situations, while we are right at the state average, they always want us to be at a lower number. And so they are always looking at schools across the state to say, what does that look like? And how do we make sure to decrease that number overall? So on the next slide, we are just going to start to revisit some of the things from 2019. So in 2019, as those of you who are on the board will remember, the district had a comprehensive review of its special education programs completed. There were several areas of focus identified at that time, and so those are listed up there on the screen. We're going to walk you through what we have been working on since then. The updates this evening are meant to be highlights of this work. It's not meant to be a complete deep dive into everything, though I'm happy to do that with anybody who would like to do that after the meeting or at another time. So in terms of student supports and mental health and social emotional learning, there were several opportunities for improvement identified in 2019, including the fact that there were no coordinated set of programs for students returning from hospitalizations. Each school lacked a coherent set of programs for social and emotional learning, and social emotional screener needed to be identified for later implementation and use in schools. And now 97% of our students were screened using the Panorama Education Survey. All of our staff have received training on how to use those results at this point. Our York Student Services team has collaborated to create a wraparound program for students experiencing homelessness. And so we have about between 30 and 40 students across the district who are regularly experiencing homelessness or lack of a regular fixed nighttime home. And so our York Student Services team has collaborated to create a wraparound program for those students. York High School has also designed, planned, and implemented a bridge program for students returning from hospitalization programs. You've heard a little bit about that before, but it is really quite a fantastic program. That bridge program, Ms. Daniels and I got to visit that program on Friday and talk with some of the students and really just listening to some of their stories and hearing about the impact that it's made on their return to school has been quite fantastic. And every team has been provided with a framework for working with students when they're returning from hospitalizations. So it is a step-by-step guide for making sure that every student returning from a hospitalization has a clear path to returning to some sense of normalcy when they get back to District 205. So on the next slide, are several photos of what is happening across our school district, just some social, emotional, and mental health groups and supports that are occurring across the district. And in terms of next steps, what we know that we have ahead, one of the big things that we would like to work on for this next year is to identify some mental health partners with local hospitals to support students with significant social and emotional needs within our schools. One of the things that we know from working with local hospitals and our mental health providers in the community is the fact that nobody wants any student to be in the hospital. Nobody wants that. No parent wants that. None of our mental health providers want that. And the way to make sure that that doesn't happen is to make sure that we are collaborating with our mental health providers from the community way earlier. And to make sure that their resources are getting to our students in a timely and effective manner. And so we are planning to do that in the coming year by identifying some of those mental health partnerships. We also need to better design, plan, and implement some additional Tier 1, 2, and 3 mental health supports for students at the elementary and middle school levels. So when we talk about Tier 1, 2, and 3, what we're really talking about here is Tier 1 would be for all students. So really making sure that every student has access to the mental health supports that they need. Tier 2 would be additional supports when students have demonstrated that they didn't respond to what we've taught them at the core level. And Tier 3 would be really for a small group of students. And so we are working on implementing that at the elementary and middle school levels. And then this last dot point there would be to follow the outcomes from the restraint reduction team. So one of the initiatives from the past several years that the State Board of Education has put out for us is that every school district across the state is required to have a restraint reduction team. And so we are meeting right now to figure out ways and develop means for reducing the number of students who are physically restrained in our school setting. And so that starts with back mapping about why students actually need intervention at that level. And so we're looking at all of our behavioral supports across the district. So following the outcomes of our restraint reduction team. Next, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Colleen Cook, who is going to talk with us about the student supports from academic programming.
All right, let's just see if I can do this. All right, I think I'm good. All right, thank you guys so much for having me. So I have the pleasure of talking about the progress that we've made with our student supports, specifically regarding academic programming. As you can see on the left-hand side, based on our 2019 program review, we did have some areas for opportunity for growth, and some of those included that we had students that were screened using different measures across kindergarten through 8th grade, and so it led to an uneven understanding of our students, right? If we have students in elementary using one tool and students in middle school using another, it's really hard to get a good picture about how our students are progressing. The second one is that our special education classes had no clear entry or exit criteria. Our special education classes lacked clear curricular programs that could be utilized for our students requiring specialized academic supports. And finally, our transition center curriculum that we were using was not evidence-based. And so to date, some of the progress that we've been able to make is starting this school year, we are now using NWEA MAP assessment 3 times a year, all the way from kindergarten through 8th grade. So we can really get a good comprehensive picture on how students are progressing, not only just one time a year, but across 3 data points across the year, and then across their education to make sure that they're making the progress that we're hoping that they would make. We've also had the opportunity to introduce some new instructional curricular programs to be utilized within the special education setting, as well as for some students that require interventions and supports. And some of those include a rewards program, SLANT, Wilson, Math 180, Number Worlds, and there's many others that we've been able to kind of use to work with students that are evidence-based and making sure that they're making gains according to their IEP goals. Next, the transition, the Bridges Transition Center started implementing the Life-Centered Education Program in 2021, which is a evidence-based program to utilize with students in that transition span. We have expanded co-teaching at both the middle school and high school level, which has increased the amount of students that are served in the least restrictive environment. And you can see that on the graph that Dr. Rubenstein showed, where we're at about 70% of our students being serviced within that 80% or more of the day. And then finally, many of our programs have now clear entrance and exit criteria when we're looking at what supports a student needs. Here are some highlights that I just included. As you can see, some of the students that are working more on the literacy skills, they are using something that the assistive technology coordinator has worked with us on, Comprehensive Literacy for All, and it's a program that really focuses on how to teach students that are emergent readers how to both access academics both in the reading and writing. And so there's a group of students that are doing predictable chart writing, as well as the math program that's a student working on number worlds. And so those are some of the programs, and then obviously the grand opening of our Bridges Transition program. So what's ahead? We do have some areas that we would like to focus on regarding academic programming. The first one is identifying a common progress monitoring tool for both reading and math for all students in special education, as well as students that are getting interventions in those areas, so that we can make sure that we're not just getting that benchmark assessment 3 times a year, but that we're monitoring their growth throughout the time to make sure that if they're in an intervention that's not working, that we can quickly make a change and talk with parents to make sure that we're always seeing the growth that we're expecting. We're also looking to continue and identify and expand the use of evidence-based programs for use in both Tier 2 and Tier 3 for both reading and math, and then also within our specialized academic programs for students with special needs that are served in a more restrictive environment. And then making sure that staff are trained on utilizing the guidelines for entry and exit into different instructional programs. The next area that I have the pleasure of talking about is our IEP meetings. So some of the opportunities that were identified in our 2019 review were parents were feeling like they weren't getting enough notice of information prior to an IEP meeting. Staff members weren't trained on the best practices relating how to facilitate an IEP meeting. And there wasn't a process in place for ensuring that students that were at those transition ages, so when we're talking about preschool to kindergarten, 5th to 6th, and 8th to 9th, that there wasn't really a good process to make sure that we didn't lose any students, or that we were establishing with the next school that was going to take on the student to make sure that they had everything they needed to start that first day and be successful. And so thinking about our progress year to date, so even prior to the state law that was passed that now we have to send our IEP paperwork home 3 days prior, we had been doing that, which has really allowed parents to come to IEP meetings being fully informed and really being able to take a lead and ask some questions and make sure that we're kind of like clearing that deck, right? Where a parent's not coming in and feeling like, you know, we all know the answers and they don't have any of the information. And so it's been a really nice change in that collaboration at the IEP meetings. We've also worked with staff role-playing in handling conflicts at IEP meetings so that they understand if this is coming up, here are some best practices that you would be able to utilize. The vast majority of our staff are trained in the use of the facilitated IEP process. And this is super exciting because it is recognized by the federal government as the best way to facilitate an IEP. Finally, we have a comprehensive plan for transitioning students between each grade level. So I know that over the years we have now done parent nights for students that are transitioning specialized to the academic, the specific grade levels that they're transitioning for, as well as we have the opportunity for different staff members. So a 5th grader, the middle school staff might come and observe that 5th grader, right, within their element to see what's working for this student, right? Because as students transition, those first couple of weeks, you might see a different kid that wasn't that's not as comfortable, and so kind of getting an eyes on students before they transition to make sure that they know what's working and what's been tried with students. And then these are just some highlights. So just a couple weeks ago, we had our second round of staff go through the facilitated IEP training at district office. So that was super exciting. I was able to sit in for all 4 days and just kind of be a district representative for that. And then what's ahead, we are offering the advanced level training for some of our key members on resolving conflicts at IEP meetings in the fall. We also have Key to Ed coming out and doing another facilitated IEP training in the fall for any new staff member that we get. And so that's going to happen right away in the beginning of the year so staff can get up and running on how we facilitate IEP meetings. We are working on the build out of our facilitated IEP systems in each building, making sure that our materials and our posters and our trainings are all consistent across. So if a parent is leaving from elementary to middle school, that they have the same experience that they're used to attending an IEP meeting. And then we are bringing back the meeting satisfaction surveys that were put on hold during COVID. And previously, some of the questions that we asked were kind of like rudimentary questions, like, did you receive your draft 3 days prior? That's law, right? We don't want to get those answers anymore. What we want to know is, were you able to, was there an advocate at the table for your student? Were you able to share highlights or struggles with your student? So getting more down to parents making sure that they feel really involved in the IEP meeting. So I am going to hand it over to Ana Baramas, who is going to talk about parent education. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. So we recognized in our review that parents were often confused about the IEP process, the process of students transitioning from one grade level to the next, or one building to the next building. In our review, we also experienced that parents were having difficulty finding entry points, points that they could discuss with the team at the IEP meeting. So several years ago, following the program review, we decided to have ongoing workshops for our families. 2 of the workshops were held just this past year. 2 have been held this year as well. Additionally, during the pandemic, we held workshops on remote learning through the Remote Learning Handbook. We also have had multiple workshops for parents to be able to support them through that process and supporting their student at home. We built parent education workshops in partnership with SURGE, our special education resource group, to be able to assist parents in understanding and navigating the IEP process. These are just some screenshots from those from those learning opportunities for our families. So again, we had families that were often confused about that articulation process from especially one school to the next. How does it work? What does the classroom look like? And we really tried to paint that picture through these meetings that we presented to them. They were all done via Zoom up until this year when we were able to start having in-person meetings again. And then what's ahead? We would love to continue, and we plan on continuing to support students with the behavior challenges that they have at home through facilitating learning for parents. We would like to have workshops where parents are actually learning how to work with their team, things that they can do at home, make intakes, questions they can ask their providers either within the school or even their private providers, so that we're collaborating with them and allow them to really learn those tools of what works at home for students that have different types of either communication or behavioral needs. And also continued collaboration with the special education resource group so that we have that partnership and are really able to reach as many parents as possible. Additionally, we found in the review that we had teachers that needed some additional support with using research-based curricula in the classroom, with providing students with explicit instruction and specific skills in order for them to be able to improve in the areas of reading, math, autism, supporting students with emotional disabilities. We knew that we needed to expand on our paraprofessional group and be able to provide them with additional learning opportunities. And we also knew that we needed to have a comprehensive model for working with students who had self-harming behaviors. So we actually sent a number of staff to ongoing professional learning opportunities for the research-based curricula that we've used. We had multiple learning opportunities over this past summer, especially during the last school year and this school year, to be able to provide staff with current research-based activities and curricula that matched the demographic of students that they were serving. So some of the programs that Colleen mentioned earlier, we continue to provide them ongoing training and support in those areas. We had multiple staff members who attended the CERTS training over the summer, which is a specific behavioral training for students. Also, we had staff attend the Safe and Civil Schools, which is a level of support through the multi-tiered systems of supports. We also had staff who attended the high leverage practices through our own D205 university to be able to teach students with autism more effectively, and it's a highly desired D205 university course. And then we also trained multiple staff, over 75 staff, in being able to understand how to work with students who may be posing a threat to themselves or to the school so that they're able to respond appropriately. And these are just some highlights of those events and professional learning opportunities.
So in terms of next steps related to staff development, we plan to identify some practices, additional practices to support students from all backgrounds regarding, we know that Safe and Civil Schools is something that we are taking a close look at, and the CERTS model. CERTS actually is an acronym which stands for Social Communication, Emotional Regulation, and Transactional Supports. It's a model for working with students with communication challenges. We definitely want to provide additional training for all district level administrators on supporting student behavior and those in crisis, so that we can support some alternatives to student suspension, and then training, coaching, and modeling and staff development related to MCSS for academics and behavior. So we've got a lot of work to do, certainly in the area of staff development. And then just some other things that we're working on. This year, we began working with our providers to make sure that they are using end of quarter or trimester goal updates to ensure that students are making progress. So at the end of every quarter, they are downloading those goal updates, checking to see which students are on track and not on track, and then working together to discuss that progress with parents and families. There are just a number of things that we don't have common templates for, or common communication templates for, and so that's one of the big things there. With the retirement of another staff member from another department, Adrienne Garland was overseeing our student records, and when she retired in September, our team took over the student records management for the district. That's a really big area. And so we are in the process of refining and developing official procedures for that across the district. And one thing that's really ahead, super exciting for Chris and I to be working together on this, is Medicaid billing for students who are not eligible for special education. So the state is expanding, and he's smiling because we've had a lot of meetings about it. The state is expanding the students who we can actually claim on our Medicaid billing. And so that's a really big change. It may result in additional dollars coming to the district, and that is something that is coming up, and so we're planning for that right now. So when we talk about measuring success and looking forward, there are certainly, as you've seen, a lot of things that we need to work on. And we are by no means perfect. We have lots of room for growth. And the ultimate goal of our program in student services and special education is that students with disabilities are meeting or exceeding their own IEP goals. And so what I would expect that we would be measured on is the percentage of students with disabilities meeting or exceeding their own IEP goals is increasing over time. That's not something that was a benchmark in 2019. It was not something that we even really looked to measure at that time. In the fall, Dr. Grenz and myself and Dr. Strati talked about all of the subgroups and all of our measures on standardized assessments. And some of us really looked closely at the groups that were achieving. learning. This is one of the groups that we have to keep our eye on because as you saw before, students with disabilities are not a separate group that are off to the side. Students with disabilities, 70% of them are in the general education setting for the vast majority of the day. So that is a huge number of students that are not just going off into some other classroom, and we need to keep an eye on that. So I would expect that when Dr. Grenz and his team or our team are presenting about this at different times during the year, that we're going to be calling attention to that and that we're going to be seeing progress in those areas. I would expect that all students are with their typical peers for greater portions of the day, that we would even see that 70% number increase over time, because I think that we have some work to do there, and we need to identify where that's happening and to work on our co-teaching models at the elementary level so that we can make sure that that is happening across the board, and that students with disabilities experience strong employment outcomes following completion at the Bridges Transition Center. That's something that our parents ask us to recognize, and it's something that we are measured for in another area, but we want our students to leave the Bridges Transition Center and be employable in the community and really be ready to go when they leave us at the age of 22. We also, of course, want our parents and families to express satisfaction with our programs. So when we ask them on those surveys, when we follow up informally, we want them to say, I had a good experience with special education programming in District 205. We know that that's not always going to happen with every single one of our families, and we continue to build programs, and we continue to build our services so that that will happen with every single one of our families. But we really want to make sure that we are measuring success in those ways. Then when we look at our multi-tiered systems of support, we've got a lot of work to do there, and making sure that all students have access to a guaranteed and viable learning program, which is supported by a comprehensive system of supports at tiers 2 and 3 in ELA, math, and social emotional learning. And all of that will lead to students who are able to learn and grow and achieve at higher levels, and really only those students who need to be identified for additional support being identified. So I really appreciate your time this evening, and hope that we've given you a broad overview of what we are working on in student services, or have been working on in student services over the past year to 2 years, and I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Before any questions are provided, I think that I would like to just give a few closing remarks. I won't be long. I want to make sure that I elevate the idea that we are an educational organization and institution that has a fundamental belief that all of our students can, and I would like to will learn and progress appropriately according to their individual needs and goals that have been identified and outlined. This comprehensive presentation, I hope, can be seen as one that presents a very balanced understanding of the complexity that is at play when we talk about meeting the diverse needs of so many of our students. I also hope that you can see that it's also so important that meeting the needs of those students is not solely owned just by student services. Echoing that majority of 70% of our students' time with special needs is spent in gen ed classes. So I really want to make sure that we understand that the work that has been presented previously with our ELA curriculum, the work that has been presented with really looking at a comprehensive assessment system, is to benefit all students. And all students is inclusive of those students that have various individual needs. I also want to say that within this report, as we looked at what was presented in 2019 up until today, there were so many opportunities that existed within our student services department. And what I have challenged and what I have expected this team to do is to unpack that and to identify what are the critical levers. How do we appropriately prioritize the work to make sure that the end goal, which is what we talked about, is about how are we helping all students learn, and in the words of Mr. Kaczynski, learn better. And so with the identification of the key levers, with the monitoring of progress that we're making, with the focus on the continued development, also with the foundation of building collaborative relationships, I am very confident that we will continue to see an acceleration and adequate progress made as we engage in our continuous cycle of improvement. And it is my expectation that it will not be in another year or two that a report and an update is made, but that we will be able to come back with a more regular rhythm of sharing and being accountable to our Board of Education around the progress that has been said is going to be identified, and that the structures and the systems that we've put in place will actually be adhered to and implemented with a level of fidelity. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to the boards for any additional questions.
All right. Well, thank you for that very thorough presentation, and just especially after COVID, and it's nice to kind of frame everything, and appreciate that the work that was done in 2019 wasn't just put on a shelf and never looked at again. So I appreciate that we're coming back and looking at how we've come forward and then what's left to do and continue on. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for any questions or comments. I might have one more thing later. Beth.
Thank you so much for all that information. I have a question. You were talking, Anna was talking about the building relationships with families and offering opportunities for learning and supports. I think that's just so incredibly important for families that are, parents of these children. So can you just tell us a little bit about how you get feedback and input from our families to find out what kinds of things they might be needing at home, or how we can support them more, and for them to be able to give us input and feedback on their experience, not just with the IEPs, but in their child's day-to-day experience with our student services and special ed department.
Sure. I don't get to do it as much as I did here, as I did in my last district, but we rely on several different avenues for feedback. So first of all, first and foremost, when there is something big going on in the district, our Surge parent group is going to be letting us know. They are the first group of people to be calling me up and to be letting me know that there is something that they are hearing or reading on their Facebook page, or that they have heard a group of parents and families talking about regularly. And I am so appreciative of the partnerships that we have working with them. So, and they're in regular contact with us. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that when you are an assistant principal at a building, you are sitting in hundreds of IEP meetings every year. And so oftentimes you have a little bit of a busy season. So, between December and February is a really, really busy time for our teams. And so they will have, sometimes between, 60 to 80 IEP and 504 meetings during that time period. And so the things and items that come up during that time period often have themes. And so we will hear at our team meetings with our assistant principals, is anybody else hearing that this is going on in their schools. And so we'll hear about students with acting out behaviors in the home setting and parents struggling with that. We'll hear about parents struggling to work with their students in the area of reading and writing and what that should look like. And we will actively work to support those sorts of things. So over the course of this next year, we are going to continue to gather feedback through those channels. And then, of course, bring back our parent surveys and hope to really make that a global mission there.
Thank you so much.
I would like to add to that. I think it was on the slide that had the diagram with the IEP meetings. And I don't know, Mr. Gomez, if you can pull that up, but I think, to be honest, Ms. Hostler, one of the greatest opportunities is the informal conversations that are happening between our families, our teachers, and our assistant principals. They are the individuals, and part of the original proposal of looking at and bringing assistant principals into the buildings that the board supported was to build and to have individuals that really built understanding and background about the students. And so that they were able to interact with the students on a consistent basis and then bring that information to the IEP meetings, so that individuals that were actually at the table engaging in conversations with the parents also have had opportunities informally to be in and out of classrooms, to be able to check in on the progress, to follow up with parents, and to have conversations. I have found that our greatest asset is actually having individuals at school levels that have worked intimately with students and families and collecting and hearing the information and then being able to process that information and make adjustments, real-time adjustments at the building, as well as documenting those adjustments when they bring them together for IEP meetings. So I would say it's a combination of the relationships, and that's why this is so important, because we think of the IEP meeting as the opportunity for that dialogue to take place, when in actuality, it is taking place more frequently and more regularly, in which we're listening and getting information and being able to calibrate how the supports at home and the supports at school can work better together in order to move and meet the needs of that student. So I definitely want to elevate and to punctuate that, in addition to our surge program, in addition to bringing in the structure of the actual survey, the parent survey.
And just to add to that, I think that it fits in really overall, because you think about all the work that an assistant principal does. It's not just sitting in IEP meetings, it's evaluating teachers and staff. So part of evaluating teachers and staff is actually being in classrooms and observing teachers and seeing them in lots of different settings. And so they're able to say, I saw Keisha in class the other day, and to be able to say, that didn't seem like the Keisha that I saw in the classroom, or that did see that I saw this happen in the classroom, and to be able to give that feedback and build those relationships, or to read something in an IEP in preparation for an IEP team meeting, and to say, I'm not really sure that that's really the best way to say it, and to be able to call home ahead of time. So.
Great. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for adding that additional commentary on the slide that made it come to life for me. And I wanted to commend you all for this work. In particular, I'm going to highlight when I came on the board at 2011. I went to surge meetings just because they were helpful for me to understand my students, even though they didn't have IEPs, et cetera. So it's always been the support that you provide has always been significant, and the relationship with the surge group has been key for us. And I know that they were talking back then about really improving the IEP meetings and making them helpful, more helpful, so that the parents could be prepared for the meetings and to really understand what they were going to be entering into and what they can expect. And in particularly what you all are saying, and Dr. Campbell, you reiterated what in your wrap-up, which I thought was a good thing, I'm glad that you wrapped it up that way, is what we're expecting from our students, or expecting for our students in the goals and progress on their goals. Those are all the things that were talked about back then, in addition to the special education classes had no clear entry or exit criteria in place, or the classes lack clear curriculum programs. I remember getting a lot of questions about, what is my student who has an IEP, they're getting different work than my other student who happens to be, a twin or what, same grade. So how can we bring the general education curriculum into the students and meet them so that they can, we can see what they can achieve? Because there's a lot of different supports. And you highlighted the list of people, but there's so much behind each one of those positions that the students need. But what the parents really wanted to also make sure that they got was that academic programming.
Yes.
So I liked that wrap up. I thought that was really key. It was clearer in this presentation than ever before about how clearly you're attacking the issues that have been brought to us for a number of years now, and how you're doing it systematically. Which leads me then to the bigger question that I have is, as we say that 70% of our students are in general education settings, that then begs the question in my mind, how do we approach and accomplish staff development? Because it looks very different today than it did in the past, because we have volumes of people, staff, that need the development or that would like the development, especially if the students are coming into their classroom, because they're doing things like this. The day is short and they've got a lot of students at various levels, and they need to differentiate, and they want to have that in the back of their head that they can just pull out at a moment's notice, right? I mean, that's how the students are going to achieve their goals, that sort of thing.
Right.
So that's really my key question.
So really a great question. Our staff are really talented, and especially I will say our special education staff is extra talented, but our general education staff are outstanding as well. One of the things that we will continue to work on with our general education staff is our co-teaching relationships, and making sure that the relationship between general education teacher and a special education teacher is strong. That's the first thing. The second thing that we are really going to be evaluating in the coming year at York High School and at the middle schools is, are we co-teaching in the appropriate classes? And do we have the targeted supports in the appropriate classes? So making sure that when we are putting that support into place, is it because we have a lot of co-teaching going on. First of all, are our teachers getting the appropriate training to start? Second of all, are we doing it in the appropriate places? Or could we maybe pull that back a little bit and utilize the resources that we currently have in other ways? So one of the things that we are going to start to do next year at York High School specifically is that some of our case managers and special education teachers are going to utilize their time in our guided study classrooms to really focus on a core area. So there will be a special education teacher who really specializes in executive functioning, for example, who sees students just for executive functioning, and we will make sure that that happens. So we are working on some of those pieces there, and then that person would be able to work with the rest of our staff to make sure that they have all of the training and resources and support that they absolutely need.
So I want to commend you on facilitating the betterment of relationships between general education and special education. So that's seamless for them, for the student, and for the families.
We can always do better, but we are actively working to do that across the board.
Sure. Thank you for a very thorough presentation. I really appreciate, I know how much time they take to create and how much critical thinking goes into every single slide. And I just want to say thank you for sharing this information, really comprehensive overview of our special education services and what we offer to our families and our students. My page is full, but I'll keep it short because a lot of what was said I'm in agreement with. And Keisha, I appreciate your summary because I think it really encompasses. So when we talk about special ed, right, we're looking at, according to your data, about 15% of our students in our district. And I think what we need to also talk about, which you touch here on your slides about MTSS, is really what are we doing to meet the needs of all of our students. And so in these highly specialized areas, to have this level of support and programming is wonderful to see. We have the ability to offer those opportunities to our children and students, and our teachers work really hard to make sure that they can identify where kids are and provide the appropriate supports so that they can develop and grow in their own learning ways, right? So that's all really great. And I think, you know, this marriage between student services and curriculum and instruction is one that we just need to highlight and start talking more about, because it's what Karen was speaking to, and it's also what Dr. Campbell was speaking to. Our teachers, every teacher, I like to believe, you know, this is their challenge, is to look at the 25 students in their room, build relationships with them, find out who they are as learners, meet them where they are, and develop instruction that is going to meet every student in the classroom. And so this MTSS framework starts to become very important when it comes to what we've heard a few times tonight, academic achievement in our schools. And so I'm looking really forward to seeing the plan for MTSS in a way that you just kind of presented special education, right? Because it's that dynamic, detailed, and thorough. The tier 1 intervention being interventions that happen in the classroom with all students. All students have access to those interventions. And the teacher support in that professional development, but even just as, you know, highly qualified teachers, they learn over time and know which strategies and interventions work for different types of learners. And so when that becomes fluid, we start to see achievement overall increase for all students, and that's the most important thing. So thank you for that. But I just wanted to highlight that collaboration with and partnership with curriculum instruction, they are not two separate entities. They're very much one whole sphere in a comprehensive plan. I also, you know, wanted to highlight, I know we've said a few times, the 70% of our students with special needs in spending 80% or more of their time in the classroom. That is something that really needs to be highlighted and commended in our school. The fact that we're able to offer that opportunity for our kids, that not even opportunity, educational environment, that we're able to offer that educational environment to our students is amazing. And you see it in the percentages, how high above we are according to other state averages or other schools in those minutes for students in the regular or general education programming. I do just have one piece that came to mind as you were talking, and you're talking about progress monitoring. And I think here in Elmhurst, we have a very valuable advantage being a K through 12 district, because we know our students and their parents and their families and their guardians from usually kindergarten, sometimes pre-K, you know, early childhood, all the way through graduation. So think about this. It's not our norm here. In other districts, we go through from K through 5. That school really gets to know those kids. Then they transition to a new middle school with a new administration, a new group of teachers, a new special ed team who's spending quite a bit of time learning about those students as learners before they can jump in and provide support. That is not our reality, and it's an advantage that we have knowing our kids at a young age, which I think is great for special education. But I will challenge you on this, and I know you guys are working on this, but I just want it out there. The progress monitoring of our students in our general education program, because we know they learn and grow at different levels, right? Or in different ways. So some may be hitting average test scores on the NWEA through 7th grade, but then all of a sudden something changes in 8th grade. And we don't know what that something is, but we find out through our relationships with kids and their parents. But all of a sudden, that student may need more support. And so thinking through really specifically how we can be proactive in identifying those students before the parent makes a phone call, before the teacher says, hey, I've kind of noticed this, are there some changes in behavior or academic performance that we might just want to look at on a very individualized building level, and ask some questions and pull a team together. That's another benefit to a K through 12, right? We have that opportunity. We know our kids, and we know when those things change and what that might mean. So I think that this overall is really, I'm proud that this is what's coming out of our schools right now, and and what I'm most proud of is really when you look at that 19 to now, with the pandemic in the middle and the amount of program implementation that was made, right? And you're trying new things and you're taking risks, and sometimes they'll work and sometimes they won't. But when they don't, that's okay. We just tweak it and figure out how to do it better next time. And if you keep down that path, I know that in the end, we'll see outcomes that we all keep talking about when it comes to student opportunity, academic growth, and achievement. So thank you for everything, and that's really probably all I'll have on this one.
I appreciate that. To go back to your point about, I'm going to call it proactive progress monitoring, that really begins with all of our teams understanding all of our data and making sure that we have a system to understand that data and making sure that everybody understands that. I want to commend there is our principal at Bryan Middle School, Jackie DeCipio, was talking about they had analyzed all of their behavioral incidents for the entire school year and recognized that there is a spike in behavioral incidents at Bryan Middle School on Thursday afternoons. There's something going on at Bryan Middle School on Thursday afternoons. And so we were talking about how to do that now and how to support better behavior at Bryan Middle School, specifically in the afternoons. So what that means then is to be proactive. We need to work with students so that they are reminded of appropriate behaviors on Thursday mornings. We are working with teachers because it's not just on the students, because the principal was very open and honest. She said it could be our teachers getting, a little bit like it's towards the end of the week, a little bit of a short leash there. And so just making sure that everybody's there, but it involves understanding your data. And we need to make sure that all of our teams understand our data and our systems a whole lot better.
Okay. Anybody else? Good. All right. Thank you very much. Great. And I think it's really nice to see we've made some progress. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on is item B, the ESSER fund presentation. Is that Mr. Welton?
And Dr. Rubenstein.
It is. It's a combination of Mr. Welton as well as Dr.
Yes, exactly.
Rubenstein.
Thank you to those of you that came. And
yeah. It's fine. I am standing because I can't see, and Mr. Welton can see from where he's sitting. So it's totally fine. So we are really pleased and excited to bring you just a supplemental federal funding overview and our ESSER 3 plan this evening. So just a little bit of background this evening. So the American Rescue Plan Act also included this small portion by small in comparison, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, which provided states and school districts with money to safely reopen and sustain school operations. There were several different pools of money which are collectively referred to as ESSER 1, 2, and 3. So the CARES Act, which was passed back in March of 2020, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, and then the American Rescue Plan Act, which is ESSER 3. So the American Rescue Plan Elementary Act also allocated funds for school districts, specifically targeting special ed and then homeless students. And school districts, though not every school district did this, school districts were able to apply for funds from the Federal Emergency Management Agency for reimbursement of specific costs incurred during the pandemic. So there are two requirements that we have. One is that we had to develop a plan for safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services, and the board did that back on July 28th of 2021 and held open comment from lots of public citizens. That was a great time in our history as a school district, and the plan has been revised several times since then with input from teachers, principals, community members. That's also a requirement in the use of these ESSER funds. We also need to develop a plan for spending our ESSER funds as a school district. So there are some allowable uses. First of all, we are required by the law to reserve no less than 20% of the funds for use on learning loss through the implementation of evidence-based interventions. So things like summer learning or summer enrichment, these are things that are specifically outlined in the law. Extended day programs, after school programs, those sorts of things. And we have to ensure that those interventions respond to the academic, social, and emotional needs and address the disproportionate impact of COVID on underrepresented student subgroups. So students from low-income backgrounds, students of color, students with disabilities, and so that's what we talk about there. On this next slide here, when we talk about allowable uses, it is a broad range. And so these are specifically outlined there, but really everything from basically anything that we would use in our classrooms, that's ESEA, Elementary and Secondary Education Act, all the way down to what principals and school leaders ask for to address the needs of their individual schools. Intentionally, when Congress passed this law, they asked that it be kept intentionally broad. There was also a piece in here about developing and implementing procedures and systems to improve the schools to be prepared if there were to be a future pandemic. So one of the things that you'll hear about this evening is a learning management system and funds for that, and so that we could potentially be prepared in the future, but also to better assist the school district. So Chris, Mr. Welton, is going to talk about the supplemental federal funding picture in District 205.
So on the screen right now is an overview of the supplemental funds we have received or we've been allocated from the federal government. In total, we were allocated just over $4.1 million from the federal government since the start of the pandemic. The CARES Act was passed in March of 2020 and allowed for the school district to purchase much needed PPE and other supplies at the onset of the pandemic. Spending in that line was completed in fiscal year 2020 and totaled over $283,000. Our Director of Business Services, Tiffany Pruce, applied for a grant through the Federal Emergency Management Agency to have most of our supplies related to emergency preparedness reimbursed. We did this so that we would not have to spend these dollars from local or supplemental federal funds, and so that we could focus our ESSER spending on learning recovery. During spring break, we were notified that we received the grant totaling close to $280,000, and that is something that we are very proud of since not every school district applied for it nor received that reimbursement. The next two lines are the ESSER 2.
That's really big.
The next two lines are the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. ESSER funds are based on our Title I allocation, meaning that the amount of money we were allocated was based on our concentration of students from low-income backgrounds in the school district. ESSER 2 was passed by the federal government in the late 2020, and we were allocated approximately $956,000 through that fund. And ESSER 3 was passed in March of 2021, and we will receive more than $2.1 million from that grant. To date, we have spent most of our dollars in ESSER 2, and Dr. Rubenstein will give some additional details about that in just a moment. In general, this fund paid for supports in FY21 and the early part of FY22, including pandemic-related expenses, our testing program last year, and supplies to make sure that we were able to effectively physically distance our students at lunch. So things like tents, tables, chairs, etc. Most of the ESSER 3 funds will be expended by the end of FY23, but some will remain in FY24, and all funds must be spent by September of 2024. The last three lines are targeted spending lines which were included in the American Rescue Plan Act. The McKinney-Vento money is meant to target students who are experiencing homelessness, and the IDEA grants are specifically targeted at students with disabilities. We plan to expend these funds in FY23. In a typical school year, we would bring in approximately $2.1 million in federal funds, so this is a one-time increase of dollars of approximately 47%.
Thank you. So when we talk about using the remaining funds, our ESSER 2 spending, as Mr. Welton talked about, we've really allocated most of those funds. So supplies for schools, non-FEMA reimbursable cleaning expenses. So we have invested in some of those things in the past, and our testing program from 2021 and mental health supports during the current school year. So pretty much our ESSER 2 funds are all allocated, and we'll be working forward from there. When we look at ESSER 3, we really had a philosophical conversation as a cabinet and as an administrative team. So thinking about as we recover from the pandemic and use those ESSER funds to address needs, how are we looking at filling holes and also planting some seeds for the future? And additionally, does it align with our overall mission, vision, values, and goals as a district? Is it evidence-based? Does it support student mental health, well-being, and growth? And is it sustainable after the funds run out? So we didn't want to add staff, for example, because of the fact that that's not sustainable after the funds run out. So we talked about stuff as an example, not staff, was our sort of mantra as a cabinet as we were discussing this as a team. So in terms of ESSER 3 spending, as we look at learning recovery, which is the bulk of our spending, we're spending way more than the 20% that is required. So summer programming for students district-wide, because we are providing our summer programming for students K-8, EC8 at no cost to students. And so that's a total of just over $541,000. One of the other things that we discussed when we were talking about summer program several weeks ago was this idea that we would perhaps do something for our students who are juniors at York High School and look at SAT programming, and that is something that is also included in that summer programming piece with we have begun working and engaging with Kaplan testing, and so we are about to engage in the rollout of that program in the very near future. So our students who are going to be juniors will be able to do that. As our conversations with the assistant principal and the York Student Services team about that program evolved, one of the things that they really pointed out to us is that the students who typically engage in a Kaplan program are most well-off students. Our students who tend to come from low-income backgrounds don't often get the opportunity to take a Kaplan class. And so this is really an opportunity for us as a school district to make sure that students from all backgrounds are targeted and make sure that they are able to be thoroughly prepared on that SAT. That next line there is the virtual teachers and tutoring for, it says 2021 through 2023. That does indicate the fact that we are preparing for all eventualities as a school district. So we have 6 virtual teachers who were budgeted and allocated this school year. We are not thinking that we will need 6 next year. We are thinking that we will probably need 3, and we are hoping that we may need as few as 2. At this point, in the last week, we had our highest number of students who had COVID in the last several months. And so students are still experiencing illness due to COVID. And so we want to make sure that they're supported appropriately, and we're able to do that through our virtual teachers. That next line there is related to professional development to support the new curriculum implementation. Dr. Grenz talked about that before. One of the things that when we talked to our principals across the district that they requested was an expansion of their classroom libraries so that we could make sure that every student had access to really rich classroom literature in each of their classrooms. So could we purchase an additional set of books? Could we purchase some additional pieces there that go along with the curriculum as it's being implemented? And so because we have the ability to do that, we're going to be using we're hoping to use some of our money that way. And then some after school learning activities at York High School, and then miscellaneous activities to support learning recovery. So bringing the total to just over $1.5 million. On that next slide there, you've heard several times as we've talked about the construction budget for the transition center, that ventilation at Bridges, we allocated about $300,000 for ventilation at the transition center out of our ESSER 3 funds. That is certainly an allowable expense because it helps to make sure that students are breathing healthy air. And so that is one of the things there. In hopefully a couple of weeks, we are hoping to bring back to the board a great project that Mr. Gomez has been working on related to internet connectivity for families in the northern part of the school district. He's been collaborating and working. This is something that we have not been able to make inroads for a very, very long time as a school district. And Mr. Gomez has been able to make inroads very, very quickly with apartment providers and the city of Elmhurst very quickly. And so we're very excited to hopefully move on that in the very near future. Mental health resources and supports for students and educators at about $46,000. Professional development memberships for educators. One of the things that we talked about is to make sure, Dr. Campbell is a member of the of IASA as a superintendent. I'm a member of the Council of Administrators in Special Education. Each of us are a member of a professional organization. We want to make sure that we are bringing in the best and brightest ideas to our school district, and conversely, that our educators are sharing the best and brightest information with others across the country, so that Elmhurst 205 continues to be on the map. And so we've allocated some funds for that. And then that last item there is the purchase of a new learning management system. One of the things that we really recognized as we were starting in the fall of 2020 is how hampered we were by the fact that we did not have a common system for communicating, first of all, with all of our students. Second of all, to make sure that we could push a lesson out, that we could push a test or a quiz out, to make sure that we could communicate in some united way with all of our students. And it is something that we are well overdue for, is the establishment of a common learning management system. And so we have looked at several as a school district and have tentatively allocated around $50,000 for the purchase of a new learning management system. And then some of these, as we look at IDEA funding, we want to make sure that, just as we talked about, purchase of materials for Tier 3 and special education programming, some additional professional development offerings, stipends to support targeted after-school programming for students with disabilities in the next year, and then collaborative work to attract, prepare, and retain special education teachers and other hard-to-fill positions. So one of the things that we are piloting in the coming year is a pilot program with National Louis University, where they are going to be sending us some people who are education majors in their programs, and they are going to be serving as education assistants. So we pay them as education assistants in our classrooms, and they get the observation hours or internship hours through their program. So it's a really unique partnership that we get to have with National Louis University, and that's what that collaborative work is going to be going for there. And then some of the McKinney-Vento or homeless items there, supplemental materials for students experiencing homelessness. So just to put this out there, we are, regularly purchasing backpacks and clothing and bare necessities for students experiencing homelessness. We want to make sure that we are providing additional school programming and activities and school supplies and other necessities with some of that money. So our next steps here are that we need to continue to gather feedback from our stakeholders. That would include you. We need to finalize our budget items for ESSER 3. IDEA funds require what's called timely and meaningful consultation. So with each of the private schools within our district, so there are several within our district, we are required to talk with them about students with disabilities who may attend those schools, and how we are also going to serve those students with disabilities at those schools using these federal funds from our IDEA funds. And then we will look back to the board in May for approval of the ESSER 3 spending plan at the first meeting in May. So with that, Mr. Wilson will be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments at this point? Okay.
You all can't let Mr. Welton off that easy.
Okay.
I just.
We're getting tired, that's why. We're getting tired. Wait till next time, yeah. I do like that it's just so student focus and, helping them and with varying needs. So.
Yeah, thank you, team, and also the team has spent time gathering input and data from our administrators, and so we are still continuing to collect that information and make sense and meaning of that as to how to most appropriately provide supports, understanding that these funds are not reoccurring. So we're being we are being very, very mindful of ensuring that whatever and how we use these funds to support our students, that we're able to sustain that once those funds are no longer allotted to us in our district.
All right. Thank you. All right, next item is a consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item? All right, then could I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, financial facility use fees; D, student fees K-8 and 9-12; E, Lego robotics material; F, HYA addendum to agreement.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion passes. Next is the agenda action items. Item A, adoption of the SASAD Board of Control Governing Board Appointment Resolution. I read the names for those earlier. This is just the formal adoption of that. So if I could have a motion, please.
I move that the Board of Education adopt the resolution appointing Beth Hostler as representative and Dr. Keisha Campbell as alternate to the SASAD Board of Control, and Karen Stufen as representative and Courtney Troutman as alternate to the SASAD Governing Board.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Any discussion?
Renee. Athena did it.
I'm sorry. No, you seconded. You seconded, sorry.
I did.
Did you get that right?
I did.
Okay, thanks. All right, any questions? Okay, you can call the vote, please.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Next item is the approval of resolution of appointment to DuPage Area Occupational Education System Board of Directors, which I believe will be Dr. Grenz. So if I could have a motion for that, please.
I move that the Board of Education adopt the resolution of appointment to the DuPage Area Occupational Education System Board of Directors, which appoints Dr. Scott Grenz, interim associate superintendent, to serve as its representative for the 2022-23 school year.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hostler, second by Mrs. Troutman. Any questions? All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Item C, 2022-2023 summer crew hourly rate. Mr. Welton, if you could please give a brief overview.
This is an increase to the summer crew hourly rate from $13.28 to $14.55. This will help us to attract students, high school students, ages 15 to 25 for summer work. We need a lot of work this summer, particularly for with all of the construction projects going on. We are moving a lot of materials and furniture, particularly with field staff, and we're emptying field right away. Just as soon as school gets out, we'll be emptying field we have Edison, or we have the Lincoln students moving into the new Lincoln, and so there's just a lot of moving, a lot of work, cleaning this summer, getting our buildings ready to open in August. There's just a ton of work needed. We're not so far. We've only had 3 applications, so we're hoping that this will help to bring in more manpower, more workers for us to get. We have a ton of work to do this summer.
Okay, thank you. All right, could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the recommendation for 2022 summer crew hourly rate increase as presented.
I second.
Okay, any questions, comments? Mrs. Stufen?
Yeah, thanks for the additional information so that everybody understands exactly what we're doing. And we probably had this last summer too, with the Lincoln being everything removed from it, et cetera, correct? Okay. And is that how we approached it last summer? I don't remember talking about it. So we used students for the majority?
Well, the students supplement our staff. We have our custodians, yes. And so in the summer, we were able to bring in more manpower to help us with, I mean, we have a lot of work to do in the summer. We take advantage of the time when the students aren't here in order to get the buildings maintained and cleaned and, you know, the moving we have to do. So, so this is a bigger increase, though, than we had last year because, you know, with the labor shortage and everything, I think this will help to bring more in.
Okay, anything else? All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Absent.
Oh, okay, we'll come back to him. Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Item D, bus transportation for student contract. Mr. Welton, can you give a little background, please?
Yes, we're looking for an extension of our contract with First Student. This is the larger of our 2 busing contracts. This is for regular ed students. And as you know, I'm very focused on trying to keep expenditures in line with revenues, and generally revenues are about a 3% increase. So this, you know, this is a tough one in that it's a 17% increase in this contract, but this is what First Student needs in order to provide us the busing services. They're facing, you know, driver shortages. So this will help them in attracting and retaining drivers. They're facing gas price increases, inflation, fixed costs with rent and utility maintenance, insurance. So this year we have additional routes in that we're driving the Lincoln students to Edison, Hawthorne, and Bryan. They have stepped up. The First Student has stepped up. We've had good service. We have a good partnership with First Student. I mean, it's not perfect by any means. I've had routes. We had a bus breakdown this week. We've had bus, you know, occasionally a driver will be sick or something at the last second. And occasionally we have late buses, but they work hard to address the concerns and get us the information so that we can get it out to parents. But they've been a good partner, and we're recommending the extension at 17% increase.
All right, could I have a motion, and then if there's any questions?
I move that the Board of Education approve the extension of the contract for regular transportation services with First Student Incorporated with a 17% increase in route and field trip rates for the 2022-23 school year.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Troutman. Questions or comments on this? Mrs. Stufen?
Yeah, thanks, Chris, for providing additional rationale as to why the additional costs. And I know that we were having some issues with our busing in the past, and I know that you have those one-offs, but you're managing it, and I appreciate the detailed contract that you provided us, which talks about the penalties and the parameters around the penalties are really good for us, and it holds them accountable. Basically, you know, they can have one occurrence. Otherwise, they reimburse us for large percentages, 50%, 75, and 100%. So I think that with the penalties and us managing to that and holding them accountable, you know, to have the reliable service that we've had lately with them. When we changed busing transportation services in the past, we've had so many issues with it. So anyway, just to give some context for people that, you know, don't know that, I think that that was important for us to highlight, because yes, it pains you to ask us to approve this, and it pains us to say yes to it.
Just as an aside, are buses running pretty full?
They are, yes, they're back to near capacity or full. I did ask for a student, they ran some reports in their software, and we are running right in the right range of capacity.
Great, thanks. All right, anything else?
Thanks for asking that. But First Student, and we manage that, right? So if we're not seeing the capacity, we can adjust, right?
We can ask for counts at any time of how many students on the buses, and we do when there's a concern.
All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item E, bus transportation Cottage Hill contract for special education. Mr. Welton, could you give a little background, please?
Yes, Cottage Hill is our special education busing company. They have been a great partner for many years with us. Similarly, they're looking for a 13% increase. It's a 1-year extension. The increase is similar reasons for retaining, attracting drivers with the bus driver shortage nationwide, gas prices and so forth. 13% increase. We do receive reimbursement from the state for the special education busing, so that does help offset the costs.
Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the extension of the contract with Cottage Hill Operating Company for the 2022-2023 school year as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kaczynski, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any questions or comments? All right, please call the vote.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item F, Equal Opportunity Schools Agreement. I believe Dr. Grenz is going to provide a little background.
Good evening, everyone. So one of the areas of focus we've been talking about since October, as well as even before that for York High School and Elmhurst District 205, is the expansion of availability for our students to challenging coursework, everything from advanced placement to ACP, as well as our dual credit programming. Before I talk briefly about equal opportunity schools, I want to just highlight a few of the practices that we have in place just to make sure that our students and our parents all know about the course offerings that we offer, as well as opportunities for early college credit, and making sure that, you know, we have the parents' best interests in mind as well as the students. I don't know anyone that wouldn't want their student to get early college access, as long as it's a fit. So we have a Rising Freshman Academic Night, and in that procedure, we address the four-year sequence in each department across the high school. We have the Freshman Orientation and Guidance, also known as FOG. In that process, our counselors discuss four-year planning, as well as course offerings, and can answer questions with the students as they are entering York High School. There's a course selection discussion process in which each classroom teacher talks with their classes, about course sequences prior to students going through the enrollment process. We also have a junior parent night in which parents, guardians are provided information about those early college credit courses, again, prior to course enrollment. We have individual course selection discussions, the goal being that each counselor meets individually with their student regarding course selections, best fit, what might be a possible career aspiration or college or after college experience that the student's interested in. And with all that, we also are starting to look more diligently in our planning around some future planning around career pathways. More specifically, looking at four-year plans, as well as even potentially 6- and 7-year plans into the middle school that encompass college and career areas of focus, so that students can engage in a series of coursework that eventually leads to early college experiences, internships, whether it be dual credit, maybe even paid opportunities, as mentioned with the internship piece there. In that work, in January of 2021, we partnered, as you will recall, with an organization, Equal Opportunity Schools. And the mission of Equal Opportunity Schools is to ensure that students of color and low-income students have equitable access to America's most academically intense high school programs, and that they succeed at the highest levels. So in that partnership with EOS, we've been able to create a plan for student outreach and student support to make sure that we increase the opportunities for our students to enroll and succeed in AP courses. And we've had some really great results within that partnership, both for students who were identified as students of potential. What that means is students had high grades but weren't enrolled in an AP course for whatever reason that may have been. And we've also had an increase in our overall AP enrollment across the school. So to give you a little bit of a sort of breakdown of what this partnership does. So the first step is a survey of all of our students, as well as the staff. And what that does is it allows for a canvassing to find students who would be really great candidates for AP but may not have enrolled in it. From there, our teachers are really going through a series of trainings, specific teachers as it relates to counselors, as well as our team of teacher leaders, particularly in our Instructional Advisory Council. And they go through everything from trusted adult to outreach planning, and they build a systematic way for the school to make sure that those students that were identified as potential candidates for an AP course are met with and encouraged and engaged to see if an AP class would be a fit. One of the really unique outcomes of this is what's called a student insight card. I liken it to a baseball card. It gives you information about a student's specific interests, grade point average, potential career aspirations, information that we oftentimes know about a student but may not formalize it and have it built into a system for us to access on a regular basis. From that then leads to one-on-one conversations. I've heard a lot of the phrase this year at York, around identifying students by, quote, name and need. And what that means is we have adults talking directly with students one-on-one and pairing up to make sure that that student is supported and encouraged to either push themselves or seek a support. And in this case, with Equal Opportunity Schools, that focuses on advanced placement. We've had things like support labs built out and modeled similarly to some of the past practices in math, as well as some existing structures coming up this summer for possibly a summer learning experience for those first-time AP students. So the results of this have been an 11% increase in the growth of our enrollment for students who were again identified by grades and interest as potential AP students who weren't already enrolled. Within that, as I mentioned earlier, we also had a 5.6% increase in the number of juniors and seniors overall, not those students that weren't particularly potential students, but just overall in our AP courses for next year as well. So there is some data within that memorandum that breaks down some of the more specifics around the data, but I shared an example of a student whose name has been changed for confidentiality, but we'll call the student Adrian. She's 11th grader at York. She's not currently enrolled in any advanced coursework. She indicated in her Equal Opportunity School survey that she wants to earn an advanced degree and become an oceanographer. When we looked at Adrian's survey data, we're able to see that AP courses would be a fit. And after reaching out and assisting the student in finding a course that was a fit, the student registered for 2, not just 1, AP Environmental Science as well as AP Spanish for next year. So that's just sort of a face with a name, so to speak. But we've had really great results. That 11% increase in a short time is something we want to completely expand upon. But not just the enrollment, but also making sure that those students are supported in the programming and that they achieve what we want to see with the AP exam, and that they push through and get that early college credit as well as the experience before. Happy to answer any questions you may have about that particular partnership.
I'll ask for a motion first, and then if anybody has any questions.
I move that the Board of Education approve and authorize the superintendent to execute the 2022-23 agreement with Equal Opportunity Schools, subject to final attorney review and approval.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvaniti, second by Mrs. Hostler. Questions, comments? Mr. Kaczynski?
So do we utilize Equal Opportunity Schools for anything other than our work to increase AP participation?
So the organization's focus is only on advanced placement and or international baccalaureate programmings, which we don't have, so IB programs. So we do not use it for dual credit as it relates to programs at COD or our ACP program with Indiana University. It's specifically AP.
Okay, got it. And then just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, so we've had great success with this program on increasing the penetration rate for low income or minority students. And in addition to that, overall for all students at York, the participation rates also went up.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good to see. Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
Is there a point at which this just becomes the culture of York High School, or are we going to be paying these consulting fees in perpetuity?
That's a great question. A lot of what has happened in a short amount of time is definitely leading to training and changes in practices, as I mentioned, with the counselors as well as with the IAC, our Instructional Advisory Council. I think elements of this will be, I think EOS might work themselves out of a job, so to speak. The insight cards are really helpful. The data disaggregation is great. I think as we learn some of the tricks of a trade here and we start to build that culture and some of those systems like the name and need, which has already been taking place but now is much more organized, I could see a gradual release here. But I think this point in time, we're not quite there yet. And I think, this partnership is a strong, solid series of skills for our team members to learn. But I think we need a little bit more time to make it our own, if that makes sense.
It does, and certainly you hire consultants for one purpose is for culture change. But I encourage you to develop a plan, and a timeline, at which point we've worked hard to just change the culture to the point where this is just ingrained in the soul of the school, and we don't need to keep paying consulting fees.
Mrs. Stufen?
Thanks for the question, Jim, and thanks for the additional information, Scott. My question is similar to the culture, I call it, are we thinking about reverse engineering it, not just to be AP classes, but honors, even as low as, reach. So it's the culture of we believe in students, we believe that they can and they will. Thank you for adding that. And so can we wrap our processes and culture around having the system lift them up and build them to their maximum potential, so that the system looks at, what their capabilities are and to, ask them if they want to attain to that or, assume that they want to. That might be too strong, but, so that we can just look at how can the system move it at any level. And I guess since we're starting at AP, can we reverse engineer it? Because what I'm thinking that what we're going to see, if we haven't already, is that this is one element, the first element. If we can do this, reverse engineering, we will identify closing achievement gap for our students.
So we may already have some of that unintended positive consequence occurring. We can look into that in terms of the data disaggregation around, our other numbers going up. We will absolutely present on that in the fall as it relates to dual credit and ACP. But I think it's a really great idea. We can look at, what other course enrollments have fluctuated and changed. And it could be, a correlation to this. If we have, new students in AP, is that opening up doors for other students as well in different course levels? We can absolutely look into some data with that and bring that back.
Because all I'm thinking of is, we're saying at 11th and 12th grade, well, how did they get to that point? So there's a group of students that could easily be there, but we haven't identified this. To Jim's point of, the consultant, that process that they put in place, can we do something at the lower level, even in high school, let's say sophomore and freshman, to elevate them up? And then after that, it's middle school to get them into the honors classes. Because I know at one point we pushed the kids to the honors, and I know for several years, I hope it's not still the case, where we said, no, take the lower level classes, which I don't think is the right approach. I think that students will achieve what we present to them and give them those opportunities. And then we'll have more people at that AP level. Prepared for it is the point.
Okay, anything else? All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item G is approval of the themes instructional grants, which are from the foundation. So do you want to, Dr. Grenz?
Sure.
Little background.
Before we begin, I'd love to provide a brief commercial, if possible. The Foundation 205 has their first annual golf outing this Monday, May 23rd. Not this Monday. I wish it was already May, right? we have better weather if that was the case. It's coming up on Monday, May 23rd. Monday, May 23rd, sorry. I thought that we were going to get warmer weather soon. You can learn more and purchase tickets as well as some possible remaining sponsorship opportunities at www.foundation205.org. I'm sharing that promotional cheap opportunity here because we have a lot to be thankful tonight as it relates to Foundation 205. The board is asked tonight to approve a donation in the amount of $337,545 to support 36 themes grants that were submitted by D205 educators, administrators, and community members. Of the 337,545, over 118,000 were to support 15 innovative education projects in grades K-5, impacting all 8 elementary schools. Nearly 35,000 for 9 grants to advance opportunities in our middle schools. Over $152,000 for 5 innovative grants at York High School. Nearly 15,000 to support 5 social and emotional learning grants at Madison and the Transition Center, and 7,000 for 2 grants to fund book selections across all schools. So a huge amount. And I want to give a little bit of a snapshot of just a few of these if I have the time, because the grants all range in focus as well as their objectives, but I think it's worth to just point out a few. The first I want to draw attention to as it relates to our opening presentation tonight is called Drones for Discovery. This was from 3 teachers, one of which was Peter Ritchie. You might remember his pants. I know I do. But I also, want to, in all seriousness, also remember the amazing presentation that he put forth with Dr. Reeder tonight and those 3 amazing Churchville students. Also involved in this grant were Joe Fowler as well as Mr. Ed O'Connor. So they put together a grant around our flight and space course with PLTW. And to give a little bit of a shout out to them, they already are using drones in that course, but they are materials purchased by the teacher. This is an additional add-on to the course and it makes it even cooler and more engaging. With this grant, they will have 15 drones per school. Drones, I think we're seeing more and more now. I'm hoping they're working with the Federal Aviation Association and figuring out what that might look like. I don't know the capacity of these drones, but we might be able to even tap into that for some marketing purposes down the road. Another cool, really neat example is what's called improvement of the calming room. This will be for students in the Transition Center, and everything from chairs, pillows, fiber optic lights is really going to allow for self-regulation and coping strategies for our students. I think right now we're projected at 63 students next year for the Transition Center. Don't hold me to that data, Dr. Rubenstein, but another just example of the scope of some of these really neat grants. A third is called Artist in Residence. This has the possibility of impacting 1,000 students across grades 4 to 12 and really allows for the music and fine and performing arts programming to partner with a Grammy award-winning group called Third Coast Percussion. And they are working on a week-long residency in which these world-class musicians come together with the students and they engage in some production as well as performance, and then it leads to a presentation in the end with a lot of unity and a lot of opportunities for the students to engage together and be creative and to perform. And I think it's really going to bring a lot of our already existing skills to light. And then the last one, and again, these are just a few that were just pulled at random to be totally transparent. But the last one is pulled intentionally, and that's the TV broadcasting studio renovation. So with the help of Foundation 205 and the grant that was kicked off by Mr. Brennan Chambers, we are looking at a possible large-scale improvement to the YTV programming, as well as our journalism and media production classes. You might remember in December of 21, we were on WGN at York. I say we like I was part of it. I wish I was that cool. But our students put together the York Sports Network for the Jack Tosh Classic. So that YTV program stands to potentially get a massive state-of-art technology upgrade, which I think is going to make an already amazing program even more amazing. In that grant, one of the things that stood out to the reviewers was that there were opportunities for potentially different schools in the district to even utilize that space and to allow for it to, really be something that impacts the whole school with YTV spreading throughout the building and supporting, the communication and the students' skills and career development there. So again, those were just a few, but they're all uniquely really amazing. That one stood out the most that I wanted to really capstone and highlight as well. So really, really amazing. Thankful to Foundation 205 and the support they have given us. Any questions at all, I can do my best to try to answer on those.
I'll ask for a motion first and then.
I move that the Board of Education approve the donation from Foundation 205 in the amount of $337,545 for the 2022 Themes Grant Awards as presented.
I second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Stufen. Mrs. Hassler.
I just wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone involved with Foundation 205. Every year I read these and I am so thankful and blown away by how many students these grants impact and teachers that are doing amazing things. And every year they knock it out of the park and do even more. And it's just, I can't even believe how it just gets better and better every year. And I know it's a ton of work and they come up with new ideas every year. And so just a huge thank you for all of our students and teachers across the district.
Yeah, and every year they seem to outdo themselves, and they can't believe it. But Scott, thanks so much for highlighting it. I mean, they really do a lot for us, and not everyone in the community can see what these themes grants are. And so I thought you did an awesome job, and I thank you for spending the time. It was worth our time for you to highlight at least a few of the really great things that the foundation is allowing us to do. I mean, the broadcast renovation, it's like, college, our, drama and, music programs. I mean, colleges are saying, how you guys prepare your students so well, and the things that they're exposed to at such a young age is awesome. So thank you.
I'll just add really quick just how fortunate our community is to have the board and the foundation available to our school district, and the impact that they're providing for our students on an annual basis, and where they're going to go in the future is exciting to see. But just how fortunate, and a big thank you to the foundation and all their board members for their hard work and support of our schools.
All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler.
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman.
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. And with that, our District 205 schools become a little more amazing for next year. Thank you to the foundation. All right, item H, 2022-2023 professional learning services for the English language arts instructional materials.
So on February 22nd, we shared our process that we went through this year, which we focused on finding ways to really elevate instruction and identify possible instructional priorities. It wasn't a process to identify materials, although that was the outcome for 3 focus areas around world language, middle school, social emotional learning, and K-5 English language arts. But that process is something that we built this year to be able to use in the future for opportunities of continuous improvement. And as it relates to the English language arts side of that, We knew that the world language outcomes, as well as the middle school social emotional learning outcomes, had professional learning already included in the materials. With English language arts, that's not the case. So tonight I'm going to talk through what that professional learning will look like and why it's needed to make sure that those resources are not only put to use with fidelity, but also supported and measured and continuously improved. So through that process, we identified for ELA, English Language Arts, the priority of executing instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and promotes foundational skills and knowledge building with complex text sets and aligned writing tasks. Those two last pieces are incredibly important because that was what a lot of our data showed us in the process, was that we had an opportunity to improve around text complexity as well as the alignment of writing. Through steering committees, through student data, teacher data, as you recall, we identified foundations for K3 word recognition, wit and wisdom and geodes for K5 language comprehension, and then were several other English novels as it relates to grades 9-12. In the area of foundations in wit and wisdom, we have a real opportunity next year for a very robust and I say required, but I don't say that in an unappealing way. But I share that with you because teachers that will be involved, as well as instructional coaches, will be required to attend this training as it relates to those materials. So what you have in front of you in terms of these two resources for professional learning will not just be for teachers. And that's a big difference than what we've done in the past. It'll be also for our instructional coaches, as well as our school leaders, to make sure that the work is supported and that everyone has shared involvement in the development moving forward, as well as the identification of potential gaps or areas we need to focus in on and improve. In the past, we've focused a little more on teachers, admittedly, in that training, sometimes allowing for the teachers to be the experts, which is great. But when we needed support, we had to oftentimes catch up with some of the instructional coaches and bringing them up to speed, as well as the principals. And we don't want to do that with this case. We want to actually build the skills of our own to make sure that that leadership is developed and to make sure that the instructional leaders are the instructional leaders, our principals, assistant principals, and our instructional coaches. And that allows the teachers then to refine their craft and get the support that they need. So with this proposal tonight, we have over 81 professional learning sessions. Again, it will be district-wide and grade level specific. It'll be whole group, there'll be small group. It'll have coaching opportunities, and it will be phased in, again, in a series of required sessions focused on those resources themselves, specifically for staff in grades K5. This is definitely a more robust way for us to provide professional learning than we have in the past. It's one that the teachers that were involved in the steering committees are excited about. You will recall in February when we shared the process, we weren't even willing to look at materials that didn't include some element of aligned professional learning because it was shared with us in the process that was a major opportunity moving forward that we couldn't skip. So that is the overview. Happy to answer any questions, try to give more detailed information where I have it about those two agreements.
All right, could I have a motion first and then?
I move that the Board of Education approve and authorize the superintendent to execute the 2022-23 agreements with Wilson Language Training and Great Minds, subject to final attorney review and approval.
A second. Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Hostler. Questions, comments?
Have we had a professional development of this magnitude before? And did it move academic outcomes for kids?
When you say magnitude, meaning the dollar amount?
Yeah, dollar amount, the reach of it. I mean, 80 meetings sounds like a lot more than what we typically see at the board table. So
We have spent that amount on areas of focus. Whether or not it's been as comprehensive and as delineated as this, the plan that goes behind these two contracts on our end is much more in depth and far reaching than I think I've seen in the last 3 years. And that's not a knock on past practice. It just has not been focused like it is right now. When we started this year focusing on SEL, ELA, and math, we were looking at data, we were looking at ways to make sure that any sort of missed learning during the COVID-19 height was totally resolved. But now we're able to really drill in and actually make sure that our teachers have the resources they need around, again, those two pieces of text complexity and the aligned writing. So to the behind of this, I have almost a 4-page document that outlines the dates, the attendees, the focus areas, the number of sessions. So I think that level of robustness we haven't provided, I would say, with such focus. We have spent, sums of funding similar to this, but it's been, I think, broken out into potentially different pieces that might be the same topic, not in the same focus.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, and I did notice the more details in the memo, which I appreciated. I think, in the future too, just for me, when you're evaluating these types of programs to approve them, where it's possible to just connect that back to, have we been doing professional development in area XYZ for a long time? And if so, have we improved things for kids through that process or not? Or is this something new? It doesn't affect me supporting this particular agenda item, but just for the future, I think that'll be helpful for me, and I assume others.
That's helpful. I didn't mention also just the connectivity between this and funding sources as it relates to ESSER. And I'm not justifying that in any way. It's still a large sum of funding, but I do want to share that aside from ESSER funding, there has also been reallocated funds that have already been earmarked for professional learning around ELA, but did not necessarily have as much of a target as we do now. So, for example, I put in the memorandum that we have roughly $35,000 in Title II that we had already devoted to ELA, but now we can actually focus it in on these resources versus, rebuilding potentially lesson plans or things that already existed. This will be much, much more streamlined, and it'll get to the actual teachers as well as the leaders. So some of those funds already existed and have been earmarked. So it's not a totally new expense that we didn't anticipate, but I hope that kind of helps with some of the context.
So, Scott, of the $150,000 that is being requested, is the $100,000 from ESSER funds that were allocated, is that going to offset that cost?
That's to be determined. We have earmarked that amount, but we have roughly $35,000 currently in Title II for this. Right. We have potentially another 20 that was related to professional learning at ELA, so that brings us close to the 50 and possibly using ESSER. But a lot of that ESSER discussion is to gain feedback and then come back with a more refined, detailed plan. I think May 12th. Okay.
So this request for the two contract approvals does not necessarily mean that that's a cost to us for $150,000. It's
Correct.
Mostly out of the funds.
Correct. It might be a large piece from ESSER, and then the remaining 50 may already exist in the L&T budget currently, even for this year. Not what we're projecting for next year, but for actual spending in the current budget.
And so, do you feel confident that providing this overarching professional development and training for our teachers will provide a consistent experience in how lesson plans are being pushed out to our kids and in our classrooms? And then my second, go ahead. Do that.
Yeah, absolutely. We met with the teacher team last night and discussed, the opportunity that this provides as it relates to alignment down the road. Everything from resources that teachers will have in the classroom together that students will be able to experience regardless of their school and regardless of their teacher, as well as opportunities down the road for possible assessment development based on the programming. It's a very solid, robust curriculum, one that the committee of folks involved thought was really going to be helpful for years to come. And the training itself, to go kind of back to what we discussed with Equal Opportunity Schools, this training definitely will allow for that release. This will not be something we reutilize in the future. This is to get the curriculum off the runway and to support it. And then our leaders who will be trained with it will have the skills as a result of that training to support it moving forward. And that's, I think, an important part to emphasize.
And what's the timeline on when our teachers will be getting this?
Soon.
Okay, so that's what I mean. So are we going to
So we
see
hope
this
that
come
you
the new
approve
school year?
tonight so we can actually do the training starting tomorrow.
Oh, no
This-
pressure.
No, I mean,
But it is a quick turnaround.
Yes.
Okay,
We want to
great.
make sure that the support is there. I think this is going to be, really helpful for our staff to again have those resources, and it's going to give us a lot of focus as it relates to planning for next year with school improvement plans. We've done a lot of inner discussions around how do we protect K-5 teachers around initiatives and initiative fatigue as it relates to this focus area. And we've already been able to sort of, have discussions internally around making sure that that doesn't dilute their focus on utilizing this resource.
And I'm most hopeful that it will give all of the teachers that are impacted by this professional development the resources that they need so that they don't have to kind of outsource on their own
Absolutely.
and bringing it into the classroom, because I think not only is that an additional strain on our teachers, but it provides an inconsistent platform across the district. So I'm really hoping that replaces that kind of practice that has been in place all along, to take that strain off of our teachers and to the consistency in our district.
Agreed. We've started to look at calendaring of our team meeting structures for next year. And within that is this already being built into possible dates with principals, with instructional coaches, is something we haven't done in the past, just given COVID and the challenges it's presented. But we now are looking at the build out of a year-long plan that's provided in the summer that shows in February when and how we're looking at our ELA resources, as well as other topic areas. So that's also an additional piece that's coming to light as a result of this increased focus.
Thank you.
I just was going to say, I really appreciate that. We looked at the data in February. The team identified the gaps, came back with a resource, or maybe we did that before, it's getting late. It came back and said, here's a resource that we believe is going to help our students with that gap. And then we've approved the resource, and now instead of just handing it to the teachers and saying, okay, we hope this, you're providing the professional development, and it sounds like in many different ways, so that they can feel supported and know that they have the support both, from the district, and then they can work as teams, and, it doesn't feel like such a heavy lift on them, hopefully, so that we can actually, those gaps can get addressed as, I guess I would say, as quickly as possible. I mean, but just that, all that work got us to here. And I think that is an important, to notice that we're taking all those steps. They've happened in different meetings, they kind of happen here and there, but that all that comes to here, and then hopefully we can, get a report of, hey, this is how it's going in, the
Absolutely.
fall or winter, whatever. But I want to, recognize that, because I feel like that is, when we approve a resource that, it's expensive. And I think we're all, that all those pieces have been done to hopefully get a successful outcome for students. So.
And
Just wanted
I
to
think
thank
this
you.
is one that parents and guardians will even see at home as it relates to text complexity making its way into the house, as it relates to reading assignments, independent reading that is, taken on as a result of this. So I'm hoping that everyone sees it and that we will report out in the fall as it relates to our KPI presentations. And we'll try to drill in on that data to show possible causation from this to some of the ELA data.
Thanks. Karen?
So thank you for the linkage with the KPIs and the performance and what the impact of this. And my question is, when we have new people, how are we bringing them into this professional development?
That's a great question. In terms of new people in the fall, our instructional coaches will be one of the first ones trained. So they're going to play an essential role in making sure that this curriculum lives on. So if someone misses a potential training or is a late hire, that will likely be a space for us to lean on, admittedly. But we're going to be building out, possible allocations of time with late starts and working with the building principals to see what's the best fit for that. So it's a great flag, one that we can definitely plan more descriptively around.
And I know some years our instructional coaches move from instructional coaches back to the classroom, so we will have new instructional coaches as well. So we're looking at making sure that all of our new people, somehow we know how to train them.
Yes, absolutely.
On this information that we are paying someone to do initially. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, Superintendent's communication, item A, Freedom of Information Act requests.
2 school communication FOIA requested, granted. 3 curriculum FOIA requested, 2 granted, 1 not in possession. 3 complaint FOIA requests, granted. 1 strategic planning FOIA request, granted. 2 student bus FOIA requests, 1 granted, 1 not in possession. 1 construction bid FOIA request, granted. 1 printer copier FOIA request, granted.
Okay, thank you. Item B, social media highlights.
Welcome back to our Moving Forward Monday. While our contractors are busily working and adding the final details to our brand new school, we thought we would pause and acknowledge some of the amazing educators who will soon be filling those walls to create a warm, loving, and nurturing environment for all of our students to learn. This week, we will be featuring our amazing kindergarten and first grade team.
Hi, Lincoln Lions. We're back. I'm Mrs. Larson with an E.
And I'm Mrs. Larson with an O.
And right behind us are the future kindergarten classrooms.
We are so excited for all-day kindergarten.
Can't wait to meet you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Castaldi. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I will be at Lincoln for the first year next year. I am currently a field kindergarten teacher. I love teaching because I love the students and I like to watch them grow and be a part of their learning journey. And I'm excited for the new building for a modern, up-to-date learning environment for our students.
In addition to Kelly Castaldi, we will also be welcoming Christy Heckinger as our 4th kindergarten teacher. She will be joining us from field for our next year of school. You might recognize these familiar faces. They are our first grade team. We have Cecilia Dunn, Shelley Rzuski, and Corey Fagan. All 3 ladies can't wait to move back into the new Lincoln. They are most looking forward to the first grade neighborhood, where students will have more opportunities to collaborate together and build off each other's ideas.
Just subtly dropping that part in there.
Yeah, she's going to show you one more time. It's good. Thanks. It's good. It's fantastic. All right. Board communications. Does anybody have anything? Oh, okay. Yep.
I was just going to do a quick shout out. We heard a presentation from the 6 Before 6 Service Club at Lincoln Elementary, and we came in today and we all got little seeds to plant,
Nice.
which I thought was so cute. So thank you guys very much. Really appreciate that.
It says be the change. Super cute. Yep.
I just wanted to remind everybody that Thursday is opening night for the York High School play Godspell. So there's tickets left. So they're always fantastic.
All right. Anything else? Okay, we have 3 upcoming meetings scheduled. May 10th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at 7 o'clock. May 17th, 2022, Finance and Operation Committee meeting at 5:30 here in District 205 Center. And May 24th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at 7 o'clock in District 205 Center. We've come to the end of the agenda. There's nothing else. We are adjourned.